applause for our SLCers that won their Senate seats. And for our returners who won their seats as well. What an amazing accomplishment to serve the student body. Honestly, amazing. You guys are genuinely amazing. All the work that you do is amazing. Especially the SLCers. You guys are going to be examples to individuals who have never stepped foot in student government. And I've been to a couple of your meetings and I've seen your legislation. And honestly, I am impressed. My legislation when I first, started looked nothing like that. So I may have been a little harsh on you, but honestly, I just know I'm so proud. Whether you've been my mentee, you haven't been my mentee, I've seen everything that y'all have been doing. Especially kudos to Allison, who has been your overall mentor. Just phenomenal. I'm very, very impressed. And with that, I call this meeting to order at 7:16 p.m. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please stay standing for the national anthem. All right. Roll call and verification of quorum. Chair Yalman-Chile.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Lazo. Absent. Trainer.
Present.
Corelli.
Present.
Morset.
Present.
Temple.
Present.
Blanco.
Present.
Valera.
Present.
Carringle. Excused. Datlas. Absent. DeCaro.
Present.
Butler.
Present.
Conti. Absent. Shannon. Absent. Laugier. Absent. Fintel.
Present.
Hamid.
Present.
Rose.
Present.
Whitson is excused. Brown. Absent. Samilo.
Present.
Humayun.
Present.
Patel. I am present. Luthra.
Present.
Acosta.
Present.
Lopez.
Present.
Hashimi.
Present.
Duke. Absent. Torres. Absent. Holmes.
Present.
Hurst.
Present.
Fuchs.
Present.
Musemeyer. Absent. Valera.
Present.
Pullman.
Present.
Richmond.
Present.
Vasquez.
Present.
DeMarla. Absent. Mittal.
Present.
With 32 out of 41, quorum is verified. And Brody, could you do me a favor and remove Federico and Guerrero from the list? Thank you.
Awesome. All right. Approval of the minutes. Take a look at last meeting's minutes. Hurst.
Motion to approve last meeting's minutes.
There's been a motion to approve last meeting's minutes. Are there any objections? Seeing none. Approval of the agenda. I'll go Polero this time.
Motion to approve this meeting's agenda.
There's been a motion to approve this meeting's agenda. Are there any objections? Seeing none. And welcome back, Senator Polero. Open forum. Are there any non-senators wishing to speak during open forum? Seeing none. Announcements from the student body president, President Greenaway.
We are almost there. 2 more days till spring break. Hi, everyone. I hope you all are doing well. This week, members of the Executive Cabinet participated in the Safe Night Week events on Monday and Wednesday, and then our Safety and Transportation Coordinator hosted the Bagels and Badges event today in the UCFPD Student Union office. All great events connecting with other departments on campus. Also today, we opened the RWC pickleball courts with a tournament. Make sure to check those out. Coming up after spring break, Monday, March 24th, we're hosting a college major showcase with representatives from all 13 UCF colleges. Students can come and learn about the opportunities that they have within their colleges, and undecided students can find what college might be the best fit. This will be in the Student Union Atrium from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. In collaboration with Aramark, SNAP benefits will be accepted at Night Stop, an initiative that we're really passionate about, so we're happy to see it come to fruition. They are waiting for the devices to be received, but are expecting to be able to offer this starting after spring break. Finally, a reminder about passing of the gavel on Wednesday, April 10th. If you've not RSVP'd, please do so. Even if you do not plan on coming, if you could just RSVP no, just so we have that information, that would be appreciated. So have a fantastic spring break, and that's all for me.
Are there any questions for President Greenaway? Seeing none, thank you. Lazo.
President voting.
So noted at 7:22 p.m. Announcements from the student body vice president, none. Comptroller's report, Comptroller Kane.
Good evening, everyone. Before I read CRT and FAO balances, please don't be alarmed. We're all good to go. Pretty much just to explain what's going on. So those 2 balances have essentially zeroed out. We have about $20,000 in excess requests that we're in processing, and I am planning on having those funds resolved tomorrow after I meet with Fong, taking, first of all, money from reversions, then looking at a couple of other areas to make the rest of those funds. Other than that, classroom survey, that's in the next announcement as well, but classroom survey closes tomorrow. I really appreciate everyone who's responded and pushed that out to people. Having over 2,000 responses really gives us the validity behind the data, which shows a couple of really interesting trends, and I'm really excited to present that to university leadership and hopefully create some real change with how classroom spaces are being scheduled here at UCF. So the CRT balance is stated at $77,261.49 with 2.75% reversions. FAO balance is stated at negative $10,224.46 with no reversions.
Are there any questions regarding the comptroller's report? Seeing none, thank you. And I'm assuming that's the Attorney General's report.
Yeah,
as
Attorney
well?
General's announcement, classroom survey closes tomorrow at 5 p.m.
Awesome. Are there any questions regarding those 2 reports? Seeing none, thank you. All right. Cabinet forum, none. Is there a justice here to read or? Okay, I will go ahead and read. Announcements from the Chief Justice. Hi, Senate. Congrats to those of y'all who were elected and re-elected. A few updates. Title IX peer guidance is live. Many thanks to those admin and staff who helped us work out the kinks with this initiative since I brought it up a year ago. All the translations for our service arms forms are in and ready to be put on Night Connect. Our precedent chair is working diligently on that. Last JLC will be next week. Super proud of our JLCers. They worked so hard this year. Are there any questions regarding that announcement? Seeing none. Announcement from the Supervisor of Elections, Supervisor Myers.
Hey guys, So good evening. I just wanted to thank everyone who came out and supported the election commission, especially if you voted throughout this past election. Our voter turnout was a little bit lower this year, of course, as we did only have one presidential ticket, but it was almost the exact same numbers as the last time we only had one presidential ticket. So, but outside of that, I do believe it's more important that our voters are educated, and I definitely do think that that education increased this year. Every single student I talked to, at the very least, glanced at the names of the candidates with your platforms. So I think that was definitely super beneficial. And we also had many students that would like take the packets or take the link and go sit for 10 or 15 minutes and then come back and vote. So that was definitely like really great to see that. I feel like we educated them better about what student government does and, you know, y'all's impact. And then that kind of correlated to how they decided to vote. And yeah, overall, I had a wonderful experience. So did the election commission. So yeah, obviously every position's a learning experience. So I'll be leaving like a lot of notes on how to improve for the future for my transition binder, of course. And yeah, pretty much in general, I feel like the election commission's work has been upwardly trending over the past few years. And I entirely expect that to continue in the future.
Awesome. Are there any questions for Supervisor Myers? Seeing none, thank you. Chair Daedalus?
President voting.
So noted at 7:26 p.m. Announcements from the Activity and Service Fee Committee Chair, Chair McClellan.
A little bit of a long walk, but I made it. Good evening, Senate. It's been a little while since I've last stood in front of you, but it very well may be the last. I'm just here to finish out one last thing, codifying all of the changes we made with the budget process and a few other quality of life changes per se for budget committees in the future so that they could start a little bit earlier and get a little bit more done. So we'll be seeing that a little bit later, but until then, any questions?
Are there any questions? None? Thank you.
Thank you.
Announcements from the Scholarship and Committee Chair, none. Announcements from the Senate President. Reminder that, I think this might be your last reminder, it will be, that the Senate banquet is on April 5th, 2024 at the Celeste Hotel. I already see, I think about 25 of you. Oh, I thought I heard, I'm hearing voices. The Senate banquet will be on the April 5th at the Celeste Hotel, and you have exactly a week from now to RSVP. I see a good chunk of you are attending, and D-Leg Morset and ELA Richmond and I have come up with a nice program and some things to give you all. It's going to be very cute. It's going to be a great way for you guys to come out of your shell and bond over our last moments as senators. So I really hope to see you there. There also will be good food. We are feeding you good this time, y'all. And another thing is your binders are due on March 28th. Please send them to yourself, CC myself, and Pro Tempore DeMarla, and it needs to be the only thing pinned in your email. If you don't know how to do that, I'm pretty sure you can look it up on Outlook. It gives you instructions. But if you have any issues regarding your binder, please let me know. I'll be more than happy to navigate you through the process. And lastly, we are creating a Senate yearbook, the very first Senate yearbook. So I think it's cute. Your faces will be, etched in history. So if you want one, let me know. I will not buy it for you, but it's $23. We'll be making them. It's just not in the budget this year. I'm very sorry. But it's only $23. It's a yearbook. Your faces will be in it with your consent, of course. And the different accomplishments that we've had, it's an opportunity for the next sessions to look back at this session and be like, oh my gosh, this is what we accomplished. We actually went further than the 55th session. My goal for every session past this one is for it to be better than the last. And that's an opportunity for you guys to look back at your initiatives and make the new ones better than the ones before. If you have any questions about the yearbook, let me know. It's going to be so cute. I'm so excited. And nobody's counting, but 2 meetings after this, right? Okay. Are there any questions regarding any of my announcements? Hurst.
Are you sure you're not counting?
I am counting every day. Lazo.
As a former 3-year yearbook editor-in-chief, if you need any help, I'll do it.
Oh yeah,
Fine.
Laurel's gonna need some help. Yes, they are. Yamichili.
Just a, curiosity question. When is the last Senate meeting?
April 4th. Yeah. Richmond.
I thought the yearbook was a surprise.
When did I say that? Well, what you're putting for the superlatives will be a surprise. They're gonna be like, oh my gosh, really? Yes, Richmond.
Wait, do I get to choose? What
Yes, I told you get to choose them. You get to
but I get to choose who gets what?
in the yearbook superlatives.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's yours. Danny's. You, me, and Danny's are the outside. You weren't in the room. We were talking about this because your conversation, but we're gonna do a meeting where we choose all the superlatives for everyone, so everybody's gonna get a superlative, okay, at the banquet. Even if you don't attend the banquet, you're gonna get a superlative. You can just pick it up later. Okay. I'm excited. No one's going to be crapped on the superlatives, okay? So you don't have to worry. It's going to be very positive, very funny. I hope you guys come. It's going to be a very genuine and authentic experience. Are there any other questions regarding any of my announcements? Seeing none, moving on. This is the fun part of the session, y'all. The last few minutes, I started getting a little loose. I love you guys. Internal Legislative Assistant, Aile Pullman.
Hi, everyone. So for this week, the SLCers learned about Robert's rules. I just had them do a little Jeopardy game. They also spent the week attending their rotation of committees and caucuses. I mentioned this earlier, but there is a slight change. We're doing branch wars for Nighthon. So we're going to have each bucket for each branch, and the branch with the most money, I said least before, but it's going to be the most money, gets pied the branch head. Sorry, Sierra, I didn't tell you this yet.
So what's the Venmo? What's the Cash App?
Yeah, there's Kirsten has buckets in the office right now. I'm gonna get them together and get them all together. I think that's the best idea, is having them sitting next to each other, in the office somewhere. But yeah, it's gonna be a Venmo, Cash App, or just cash in the bucket.
Okay. Let me know. I'll put my $100 in there.
But I'll let you guys. You get pied.
If I have the most money?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm gonna give $100 to split it between exec and judicial.
So, but I'll let you guys know the timeline for that. I don't really even know when it ends, but Nighthon is April 6th, so definitely before that. But yeah.
Do we need to because I know last year they had some people volunteer and be a part of actual Nightathon. Are y'all doing that this time?
So we have the current committee that's always working on fundraising and things like that. But anybody who wants to go attend Nightathon, this year it's only 12 hours. It used to be the full 20 hours, but this year they cut it down to only 12 hours. So
being awake,
a little bit easier for what?
Being active 24 hours. That's what they're
pretty much. Yeah.
Okay.
20 hours for, that's one thing. And then, but this year it's only 12. So anyone who does want to come to main event, anyone is welcome, SG. So just let me or Kirsten know.
Awesome. Are there any questions for Aile Pullman? Do you like more set?
Not a question, but I think one of her buckets is right there by the stairs.
Who?
Kirsten's bucket.
Oh. I thought it was the one with my face. I was scared. Any other questions for Aile Pullman? Seeing none. Senate Pro Tempore report, none. Senate President Pro Tempore report, none. What's up, Ethan?
I believe you skipped the ELA's report.
Oh, my bad, Laurel. I don't hate you, Laurel. I don't. Just throwing that out there. External Legislative Assistant report, ELA Richmond.
It's too close to my holiday for this year. Oh, yeah. Oh, should I get the beard out?
Yes.
Okay. Good evening, Senate. April 9th at 2 p.m. right here. There's going to be an infrastructure panel. Come, please. I'm literally so excited. I love infrastructure. This is literally going to be the best day of my life. If you don't come, I will cry. Also, RSVP for the banquet right now. You only have a week, and we're not going to be on our computer on spring break, or at least I won't. I'll be in Miami, so don't ask me questions. Oh, we're also seeing college legislation, and 2 are sponsored, which is kind of cool. Shout out MSC. And yeah.
Are there any questions for ELA Richmond? Hurst?
I'd just like to be known that ELA Richard walked into LJR today fully in this getup, and we could not stop laughing. And she tried to decorum the committee for laughing so hard, even though she's not part of the committee. I just think it's very funny that she tried to do that, even though she's not part of it.
Hamid?
ELA Leprechaun. So do you know who the first person who RSVP to the banquet is other than you?
It was me and then Jason Hamid.
Okay, Jason. Temple?
May I have that hat, please?
It's kind of a family tradition for myself, and I'm gonna give it to my child Khalifa. But you can have it for the Senate meeting.
Deal.
I believe in democracy.
That is so in character. Like, please. It's you just with the beard on. Like, oh gosh. Are there any other questions for Richmond? Seeing none. Senate President Pro Tempore report, none. Deputy Pro Tempore of Legislative Affairs report, D-Leg Morset.
Hi guys, thank you all for respecting my legislation deadline. You flooded my emails and my team's messages. So I just, I love the enthusiasm. But no legislation except proclamations will be accepted beyond this point. And make sure if you are interested in the D-Leg position, you come to me, please. I don't think there's anyone who's going to have this position next session, so please.
Are there any questions for D-Leg Morset? Seeing none. Deputy Pro Tempore of Senate Relations report, none. Caucus reports, APIA caucus, Chair Patel.
So I've been meeting with MSC and DGC to plan a APAM Market Day for April. And other than that, we have an upcoming event on April 5th before the banquet. And we're collabing with JHSA, and we're bringing in a professional Japanese brush calligraphy artist to lead a hands-on workshop for the students.
Are there any questions for Chair Patel? Seeing none. I don't know if I sent an email following up, but your social media request has been made for your Japanese brush calligraphy event. And then if you is MSC making your graphic for APAM Market Day?
They're making their own, but I have to submit one for SG as well.
If you want to use theirs, we can just make sure that it has it's gone through the Director of Communications or whatever, and we don't have to make 2 different ones if you'd like.
Okay, I can run it by them.
Okay, thank you. Awesome. Are there any other questions? Okay, seeing none. Black Caucus Chair Daedalus.
Hi everyone. I hope you all have been taking care of yourselves. Make sure you're eating at least 2 nutritious meals a day and drinking at least 8 cups of water daily. If you have a water bottle, that's 3 of those water bottles. So try to do that. Congrats to everyone who has been elected for next session. I'm proud of y'all. Returning members from last session were so welcoming to me, and I hope you guys are the same to the new kids on the block next session, because it's really great to have that community, especially if you don't know what the heck is going on. Sorry, I lost it. I also encourage y'all to think about being in Black Caucus next section. It was really great. I really appreciated the outside ideas from everybody that weren't in the caucus, and it'd be great to have you next session, even though I'm not going to be here. I've heard so many positive reviews and excitement for next session. I've gotten so many other ideas from other people, or recommendations on what we could do better for next session. So I'm saying I'm going to be here. But yeah, I would hate to see it fall by the wayside due to low membership and or lack of support. So think about it. If you can't attend meetings and stuff like that, at least, be open to supporting and being there whenever events happen or if they have legislation. And have a great spring break. Please don't go to Miami.
Wait, Laurel, why are you going to Miami though?
I typed that before I knew you were going. I'm sorry.
You want to know why Laurel's going?
I'm from Miami. I can tell you right now, past 4 years have been an absolute nightmare. So Miami broke up with spring breakers and they're charging $100 for parking. They're putting curfews in. ATV police is on the beach. Do not go. It's a nightmare.
Laurel?
I'm going to Miami Beach. It was either that or Panama City Beach. And I feel like I've elevated from PCB. Like that was my high school stomping grounds. And like now I'm like Miami.
So you're willing to pay the $100?
I'm not paying, I'm walking.
Oh, okay. Temple?
Just as long as they stay into Miami game, that's all I care about.
Are there any questions for Chair Daedalus? Seeing none, Disability Caucus, Vice Chair Samilo.
We have discussed making a form, kind of like the SBA form, to just advocate for students that might be struggling here on campus, getting things that they need or want from UCF.
All right. Are there any questions regarding the Disability Caucus report? Seeing none, Latin Hispanic Caucus, Chair DeCara.
Sorry. Me and Vice Chair Blanco, there was what's that game with like the paddle? It's not tennis.
Pickleball?
Yep, pickleball court thing. So my vice chair was there and I was busy with stuff because I leave for New York in less than 12 hours. So I was like, you know what? It's just before spring break. Y'all can do what you want, but we are going to be doing stuff over spring break. It's just a little pamphlet thing. And then the student advisory board is going to go into effect. Basically, there's already a board of different directors and professors and like associate deans and such that are looking over this grant. And they want a student board. We haven't discussed who's going to be on it, but it's in the flow of it going to happen probably at the end of spring, so that when we go into the summer and the fall, there'll be like a student board that like looks over the different decisions and gives their voice on such things. And then tomorrow, DGC is having an event, their yard show in the Pegasus Ballroom at 7.
All right. Are there any questions for Chair DeCara? Seeing none, LGBTQ plus caucus, Chair Fintel.
Hello, everybody. Hope you're doing good. Only thing I've got is that we have our trans wellness seminar on the Monday after we get back from spring break, 3:30 to 5:30 in the SU Student Union. So be sure to come by if you have time, and I hope everybody enjoys their spring break.
Are there any questions for Chair Fintel? Seeing none, Women's Caucus, Chair Lazo.
Hi, everybody. Didn't really have too much to say in the meeting today. Other than that, Women's Vision Showcase is going to be that Thursday after we come back from spring break. And I dropped a little volunteer sign-up form for anybody who wants to help the day of. It has like different shifts if anybody just can only do a morning or like in the afternoon if you want to help out.
Okay. Are there any questions for Chair Lazo? Seeing none. Military and Veterans Caucus, none. Unfinished Business, none. Fiscal Committee Caucus time. FAO, there's 3 minutes. I'm going to give y'all 5 because you got to get settled. So, wait, how many of y'all are here? Is it just you? No, 1, 2. You and Jason are like the face of FAO. So when I didn't see Jason, I was like, who's here? I'll give you 5 minutes. I'll give both of you 5 minutes. Okay. Okay. You'll meet quorum though? No? Okay. Do you guys want to do simultaneously like CRT in the conference room and y'all here? Or do you want to do one after the other? Okay. So I hereby recess this meeting at 7:43 to reconvene at 7:48 p.m.
All right. If you go to files and then in the minutes, it's put in there. I call this meeting to order at 7:45 p.m. Roll call and verification of quorum. I'm here. Kringle's absent. Conti's absent. ORS rep
Here.
and pro temp here. All right. I'll take a motion to approve the minutes.
Motion to approve last meeting?
Mhm.
Last meeting's minutes.
There's been a motion. Are there any objections? Seeing none, I'll take a motion for the agenda.
Motion to approve today's agenda.
There's been a motion. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we have one allocation. There's no announcements from the vice chair. Anybody, committee members want to say anything? None. Non-committee members, none. Old business, none. New business, we have 55-721. I'll take a motion.
Motion for 1 minute. I mean, 5 minute speeches, 1 minute question, 1 minute debate.
Okay, there's been a motion for 511. Are there any objections? Seeing none. So speech, he is financially trained. He's familiar with the post-funding process. He is an international student. I had reached back out to him and let him know to go through UCF Global, and it'll add on about 5 days to the process. His dates of travel are from the 12th to the 13th, which I have to change in the tracker real quick. And then he's just asking for registration. The miscellaneous expenses that he put, I told him we wouldn't be able to fund. It's pretty much just like a lift, and we can't pay for lifts and stuff. So we'd be able to cover him $320. He's not planning on graduating before or during the conference. He's gonna borrow money from family members or someone like that if we can't fund him the 100%. And he has no conflict with getting it after April 10th as registration is after April 4th as registration is due April 10th. With that, we are now in questioning. Does anybody have any questions?
Motion to move to debate.
There's been a motion to move to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we are now there. Anybody want to debate?
It looks good. All the questions were answered. Sorry, Rose. Yeah, it looks good. All the questions were answered.
Motion to voting.
Okay, let me try to do both. With that, we are now in line of voting. All those for, all those against, and all those abstaining with a vote count of 2 to 0 to 1. They have been approved. With that, we are in member discussion, none. Miscellaneous business, none. I'll take a motion.
Motion to adjourn pending final roll call.
There's been a motion to adjourn pending final roll call. Are there any objections? Seeing none, same as initial, I'm adjourn at 7:48.
I'm gonna go take a test in my testing something.
Okay, slay.
I hereby reconvene this meeting at 7:59 p.m. Fiscal Committee report, CRT Committee Chair Samillo.
Hey y'all. So in committee on 3/11/24 and old business, we approved allocations 55, 6, 79, 70, 69, 73, 75, 77. In new business allocations we approved was 687, 688, 689, 90, 93, 95, 96, 97, 98, 99, 700, 701, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 9, 8, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 22, 23, 25, 27, 26, 28, 29, 30, 31. We denied 691, 692, 694, 706, 732, and 733. And we postponed 724. And caucus, we approved 55, 721.
Are there any questions for Chair Samillo? Seeing none, FAO Committee Chair Butler.
For allocations, we PPI 55-109. We approve 133, 134, 135, 136, 137, 138, 139, 140, 141, 142, 143, 144, and 145.
Are there any questions for Chair Butler? Seeing none, ORS Committee Chair Rose.
So we voted on 3 post-funding reviews, postponed everything else, and approved internal bill 5519.
All right. Are there any questions for Chair Rose? Seeing none, fiscal legislation, absolutely nothing. Wow. Internal committee reports, ANA Committee Chair DeCara.
We saw and approved 5 bills pertaining to Title VI and 1 pertaining to all statutes. And after I've done my chair transition binder, but we're also doing like a committee one. So it's kind of like a set the precedent, like this is what happens from now on after like the new sign thing where Grace can now vote. So basically, we're just lining up the next session's ENA committee to, hit the ground running.
Are there any questions for Chair DeCara? Seeing none, GAP Committee Chair Temple.
Well, top of the evening, everybody. Don't worry. It could have been worse. I could have said it in an Irish accent. You all would have hated me for it. So GAP was pretty relaxed, relatively speaking. We hosted Austin Wilson from Government Relations to talk about legislative scholars and the City of Orlando Fellowship, 2 opportunities that I highly recommend you all apply for. They are awesome. And because, I didn't get the chance to do it myself, but anyway, we then divvied up the roles and responsibilities for the upcoming Ignite Your Vote event on the 29th of March. Sorry, we're kind of stepping on your toes there, Chair DeCara. We will continue these research efforts over the break, although not too much. Please find time to relax. As for me, well, I'll be doing all this on the plane. And if anybody's interested in running for GAP chair, please reach out to me. I'm more than happy to go over the responsibilities of GAP if you have 3 hours in your schedule. And I'm actually coming at you with 3 facts of the day because it's only 8 o'clock and I figured, why not? So 1900 Gold Standard Act is ratified, placing the US dollar onto the gold standard and would see the dollar be taken off it twice in 74 years before Nixon permanently suspends it. 1931, the first Indian talking film Alam Ara is released. It is considered lost media, however, and it is considered India's most important piece of lost film. And since the weekend is St. Paddy's Day, and because I'm wearing this thing on my head, Liverpool fact of the day, about 75% of Liverpool's population has some Irish ancestry to it, and it has the strongest Irish heritage of any English city. Also, fun fact, they are considered Scouse, not English. You talk to anybody from Liverpool and call them English, you're not going to have a fun time.
Interesting. Are there any questions for Chair Temple? Chair Yamanchili.
Have you ever watched an Indian movie?
Nope.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I meant that in a very friendly way. Don't worry about it. Don't.
I don't know that's what I thought part was kind of spicy. Chair Temple.
It's all right. So long as you don't have to say that back and I get to say it, all the better for me.
Vice Chair Hurst.
You can call me Chair Hurst. That's fine with me. Are you aware that during LJR today, we also had the Gold Standard Act as our fact of the day?
Well, pour me a pint of Guinness to call me surprised.
Okay, I just can't. Vice Chair Trainer.
Do you know where I could find more information on the City of Orlando Fellowship?
It should be on Handshake. So yeah, that's all I'm going to say. Handshake is where you're going to find that. It opened up, I believe, yesterday. If no, Tuesday.
That'd be perfect for urban planning. Temple?
Yeah, there are like 6 different areas, one of which is urban planning and economic development. There are other areas as well that actually accept all sorts of majors. So that's why I highly recommend it, because it's a very versatile program.
And like, I'm pretty sure they will give you a job like right after it, honestly. So that's a really good opportunity. Thanks for sharing that. Are there any other questions for Chair Temple? Seeing none, LJR Committee, Chair Yalman-Chile.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and hello, everyone. LJR met today to see 6 bills and 7 absence requests we saw and we passed on first reading. Internal Bill 5521, Internal Bill 5522, Internal Bill 5526, Internal Bill 5527, Resolution 5528, and Resolution 5531. I'm also working on a transition binder for the next LJR chair and for the benefit of the members of the next LJR committee. And there's that. Some of the bills were about Title VI changes, and one of them, one of the resolutions established an Arab ad hoc caucus, and the other one established a sustainability ad hoc caucus, and we will be seeing them tonight. I also wanted LJR to leave this session off with a banger. So on April 4th, the last Senate meeting, we are going to be having, during our meeting time, our regular meeting time, 3:30, we're not going to be seeing any business. We're going to be having a Senate potluck. All senators are invited. I encourage you guys to bring food. I encourage you guys to bring games. I will be bringing games myself, such as Risk, Monopoly. No, forget Monopoly. That takes too long. And cards. It'll be a nice way of bonding together, in a more informal way, and essentially having a little bit of fun and being well fed before our last Senate meeting. I hope that goes well. So we're going to be seeing more business than usual next LJR meeting. So the last one is great. Lastly, I wanted to share my This Day in History fact. March 15th, 44 BC. That's right. In Italy right now, it is already March 15th, which makes it the Ides of March. This is when on 44 BC at the Curia of Pompey, located in the theater of Pompey in the city of Rome, Julius Caesar, Roman dictator, was assassinated by a group of sly and treacherous senators, my bad, led by Brutus and Cassius, who were claiming to represent the ideals of liberty and republicanism. And so his assassination hastened the fall of the Republic and, helped form the Roman Empire under Caesar Augustus. The Ides of March also holds a significant religious and economic significance in Rome. This is when people would settle debts, and little would the conspirators know, the so-called liberators, but they would soon face the wrath of the Roman people.
Are there any questions for Chair Yalman-Chile? Seeing none, SBA Committee, Chair Hamid.
Hi, everyone. I hope you're having a good night. Happy Ramadan to all of you who are fasting. Also, happy St. Patrick's Day to ELA Richmond and ILA Pullman. This week in SBA, we saw Resolution 5527 and 5530, Proclamations 5517, 5519, 5524, 5525, and 5527, all of which passed on first reading. Reminder, we are having our donation event on the 29th from 10:30 a.m. to 2:30 p.m. If you're not in the committee and interested in volunteering, please reach out to me. We would love to have you guys volunteer. If you guys need service hours, I think I can sign off on that. We also officially sent our funding proposal to Coordinator Bird to see if we can get some support from exec. So, hopefully they give us our money, please. Vice Chair Vasquez also met with the director of RMark in preparation for our event on the 29th. We were able to get over $200 in dining dollars to give away in our raffle, along with food donations from dining halls and their catering vans and manpower to transport all of our donated goods. Yippee! They're going to be tabling at our event as well and helping us promote the event in the dining halls and their social media accounts. Yippee! Paige just texted me, Jason, why do you do so much?
Sorry.
Anyway, also to SBA, we will most likely have to have an emergency meeting the week we get back in order to see all the legislation. Womp womp. So fill out the when to me, please. It's because of Laurel. So Laurel, I don't even see you filling it out. It's crazy.
Also, if anyone's interested in coming to SBA when we have the Eternal Night proclamations, we'll be seeing them on the 26th at 2 p.m. If you need the Zoom, just text me. Also, read about Senator Acosta in this new NSM article about him. It's really sweet. I was literally interviewed at like 9 p.m. for this, so like I low-key worked hard, but like it's really sweet. Like you get to see like all his like classmates like talk about him. It's really nice, so you should read it.
Woo, Acosta! Awesome. Are there any questions for Chair Hamid? Laurel?
I'm doing the Senate newsletter, so I apologize. But shout out me.
Alrighty. Any other questions? Wait, why did you shout out Pullman and Richmond? They have Irish ancestry or something?
They're very Irish.
Oh, really? You learn something new every day. Well, Laurel, obviously. But, you know, I'm just playing. Any other questions? Okay. Internal legislation. Is there a motion for notice of legislation on first reading? Temple?
You just need to know these.
Confirmations.
Oh,
None.
confirmations.
Sorry. I said none. Go ahead. Sorry.
No, like you don't need motions. For
Oh
first
my
reading.
gosh, thank you. What a night. Notice of legislation on first reading. Bills, Internal Bill 5530, updates to Title VI, introduced by Senator Lopez, is hereby remanded to ENA. Internal Bill 5531, updates to Title III, introduced by ELA Richmond, is hereby remanded to LJR. Resolutions, Resolution 5529, resolution advocating for the establishment of a web courses advertising opportunities within College of Arts and Humanities, introduced by ELA Richmond, is hereby remanded to SBA. Resolution 5532, resolution advocating for the establishment of more resources on the Rosen campus, introduced by ELA Richmond, is hereby remanded to SBA. Resolution 5533, resolution advocating to increase the minimum level of stipends for graduate assistantships, introduced by ELA Richmond, is hereby remanded to SBA. Resolution 5534, resolution advocating for bike rack improvements, introduced by Chair Hamid, is hereby remanded to SBA. I've seen that before. Resolution 5535, resolution advocating for pedestrian safety near Celeste Hotel, introduced by Vice Chair Trainer, is hereby remanded to SBA. Resolution 5536, introduced resolution for creation of Ad Hoc Connect Caucus, introduced by ILA Pullman, is hereby remanded to LJR. I've seen that before too. Resolution 5537, resolution advocating for pre-health and pre-law advising, introduced by ELA Richmond, is hereby remanded to SBA. These look familiar, y'all. I wonder where they're from. Next up, we have a notice of legislation on third reading. Is there a motion for 5-minute speeches, 5-minute questioning, and 5-minute debate? All right, we're now there. Bills, Internal Bill 5510, updates to Title III, removing caucuses from Title III. Introduced by ELA Richmond, ILA Pullman. You have 5 minutes when you're ready.
Okay, so Internal Bill 5510 is just removing the caucuses from Title III and making them their own title. As a refresher, this is just the first set of the 3 pieces of legislation that makes the caucuses their own SG entity. So I yield the rest of my time.
All right, we are now in line for questioning. Are there any questions for ILA Pullman? Seeing none. Hurst?
Move to debate.
There's been a motion to move to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now there. Are there any senators wishing to speak in debate? Temple?
I actually wanted to ask this to the ILA, but would it make more sense to see the all 3 of your bills together as a block because they do cover the same thing and it would help expedite this process a little faster? Or
There's amendments on one of them now, so.
got it. Thank you.
All right, we're still in debate. Hurst?
May I retain?
You may.
It goes with the other bills. We should do this. Move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote on Internal Bill 5510. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we are now there. With a vote count of 26 to 1 to 1, the internal bill passes on third reading. Next up, we have Internal Bill 5518. Updates to Title III introduced by ELA Richmond. ELA Richmond, you have 5 minutes when you're ready.
We saw this last week. It just clarifies what the ELA does, saying it supervises college-based initiatives. I yield the rest of my time.
All right, we are now in line for questioning. Are there any questions on Internal Bill 5518? Is there a motion to move to debate? All right, we're now there. Anyone wishing to speak in debate? Hurst?
May I retain?
You may.
Saw it last week. Same bill. We should vote on it. Move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote on Internal Bill 5518. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we are now there. With a vote count 28 to 0, the internal bill passes on third reading. Resolution 5513 updates the Senate Rule 1, 2, 4, and 7, removing caucus leadership from the Senate Executive Committee and Senate Rules, introduced by Ayala Pullman. Ayala Pullman, you have 5 minutes when you're ready.
So Resolution 5513 pretty much pulls the caucuses out of Senate Exec, and just as another refresher, the legislation as a whole allows all SG agents to be chair or vice chair. And so we wouldn't want all SG agents, exec, EC, or judicial having debating rights on Senate matters. So I yield the rest of my time.
All right. Are there any questions regarding Resolution 5513? Temple?
Seeing no hands, move to debate.
There's been a motion to move to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. Temple?
Mayor Ting?
You may.
Yeah, bill looks good. No amendments. I say move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote on Resolution 5513. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we are now there. With a vote count 26 to 2, the resolution passes on third reading. Special Act 5501, creation of Title 14, the Student Government Caucuses, introduced by Ayala Pullman. Ayala, you have 5 minutes when you're ready.
So this special act just was almost a copy and paste from what it was in Title III, with some changes to make it more fair for all of the branches and to just keep in check separation of powers, checks and balances, and things like that. With that, I yield the rest of my time.
We're now in line for questioning. You can find the amendments at the very last page. Hamid?
I don't know if this is a dumb question, but for one of the new amendments, like I don't know if I should ask this when we question the amendments, but one of them is getting sponsorship from the student body president, chief justice, and supervisor of elections. Is there a reason the speaker is not involved in that?
We're allowed to talk on amendments, right?
Huh?
We're allowed to talk on amendments, right?
Yeah, that's a question towards your amendment. So yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I guess that could be added. That's a good catch.
Yaman Chili.
This has nothing to do with the bill itself, but I have a point of parliamentary inquiry to Brody. Is it permissible, if needed, for a motion to split the question on amendments if possible?
So yes, if you all decide to see them all as a block, and then after that decide you want to split them into separate amendments, you can do that. You can also just, when you are moving to see the amendments, you can move to see specific pieces of it if you want to. Basically, because we do the suggestions, it's a little bit weird, but like if we weren't doing that in a normal kind of scenario, you would just like propose only the amendments you wanted to see at a time. Really quickly, I wanted to just jump on Allison's point, if that's all right, Speaker. I think when we were talking about it, we didn't include the Senate president because while the Senate president can sponsor things, they have to remain impartial during the process. So I didn't feel like we wanted to require their sponsorship. And partly the idea is to make sure there's a balance, so all the branches have a piece in the conversation. The Senate obviously has a piece in it because they have to approve the resolution. This is just saying that the other three kind of heads of branches or almost branches have to approve it as well.
Riley Holman. Yeah, I was going to add on to that in talks with student body president and AG, it was just more about checks and balances. And so it already went through Senate. And so now it goes to the other branches.
Hamid? I have another question on the amendment. So it says that the resolution may be introduced by any student government agent. Does that mean that it can be introduced by like someone in exec or someone in judicial?
That's correct.
D-Leg?
For that last amendment and for the like ad hoc caucus one, does that mean that the ad hoc caucus would have to vote for their own caucus to be dissolved? Like the Senate body wouldn't vote for it to be dissolved anymore?
Yes. So for the ad hoc caucus, the ones with an expiration date, this was another thing to just ensure checks and balances. So we took out the part where it says student body Senate may dissolve an ad hoc caucus at any time, made it to where it wasn't just the Senate doing it, but it was the caucus itself doing it. If they decided that by the time that their expiration date had come and they hadn't done what they wanted to do, then they could vote to terminate.
All right, we're still in questioning. Trainer?
Yeah, so your amendment for sponsorship from the student body president, chief justice, and supervisor of elections, if this gets put into the bill and the special act does get passed tonight, would that invalidate my resolution as I do not have their sponsorship?
I wouldn't say so. I would say this is in yours is, may I ask a follow-up to that?
Mm-hmm.
Yours is in concurrence with the 56th session. I wouldn't, that's a good procedural.
It wouldn't affect any of the resolutions that are currently happening because it still has to get enacted and signed, but two, this doesn't take effect until the 56th session starts. So any resolutions seen then would have to follow these guidelines, but those that are currently being seen do not. Yeah.
Thank you.
Hamid?
I have a question to Brody, or really to anyone who can answer it. Is there any precedent to any student government agent being able to introduce resolutions or just things in general?
Yeah. Sierra, again, if it's all right. There isn't necessarily a precedent for that. Yeah, I'm trying to make sure that's true. To my knowledge, there's no precedent for having non-senators introduce legislation. Part of my conversation with Allison was about, the line at the beginning says that any student government agent may call for a ad hoc caucus. We felt like that was somewhat disingenuous. If any agent could do that, but they still had to get a senator to introduce it, then they don't truly have the ability to call for it, right? So in this circumstance, I at least felt like it was reasonable to allow that in order to make sure that that first line is true, right? To some extent, the Senate still has to pass it, so finding a senator to introduce it shouldn't be hard. If you can't find a senator to introduce it, then it's probably not going to pass. But we still felt like that was an appropriate exception to that rule in order to validate the ability for any student government agent to determine the need for an ad hoc caucus. Does that make sense? Or does that answer your question?
Yamanchili?
So regarding the amendment where sponsorship is needed from every other branch head, has the concern that requiring the consent of every single branch head might make the process of creating ad hoc caucuses needlessly bureaucratic and impossible if somebody in one of those positions in the future is a bad faith actor that wants to, say, obstruct the creation of something just because they, as one person, oppose it. So has that concern been thought through?
Yeah, I think in the same way you could think it's a bad faith actor, you can say that it's also a good faith actor, that they're going to approve a caucus that they think is worth having for student government. Overall, that was made because there were just concerns by exec leadership about them not having a say in the caucuses that get made, if it's going to be an SG-wide thing. So that was the compromise that we came up with. So yeah.
Is there a motion to extend questioning if there aren't any other questions? Are there any other questions for now? No? Okay, we'll just move to debate then. Temple? Any debate? Yaman Chili?
So I support the bill as it was the previous week. I don't support the amendments to allow resolutions for ad hoc caucuses to be introduced by any student government agent. I think the legislative function has been designated to the Senate and the Senate alone. It should stay that way. We have powers that exec does not have, and there's powers that exec has that we don't have, and that's fine. Those are the separation of powers, and those are checks and balances. I don't think this is conducive to checks and balances. And with regards to sponsorship by every other branch head, I do think it makes creating ad hoc caucuses needlessly bureaucratic. And I would prefer that we pass this bill without those amendments, because those give excessive amounts of power to branch heads. I think to the point where one can call it an overreach. If the majority of the Senate body is willing to vote for a caucus, I do not believe that any one person should be able to stop its creation via their refusal to sponsor a piece of legislation. I think that is too much of an appeal to authority, and those are not things that we should be having in this Senate body. So I encourage the passage of this bill, and I encourage that we vote down these amendments.
Temple, then D-Leg.
Point of order. Shouldn't we move to see the amendments first before we make any proper debate on them?
Yeah, if you're going to talk about the specific amendments, I would see the amendments first and then speak on them. Pullman? That doesn't disregard what you said, Yaman Chili, though.
Move to see the amendment, chapter 1403, A-E.
To see which ones? I'm sorry.
I was gonna do them all separately, or
you're gonna do A-E separately, and then you're gonna do A2 like
Right.
that. Okay.
Yeah.
So which one do you want to see first?
Can I do the sponsorship
Yes.
one first?
There's been a motion to see ILA Pullman's amendment on chapter 1043, section A, subsection E as a block. Are there any objections? Seeing none, is there a motion for 5-minute speeches, 5-minute questioning, 5-minute debate? We're now there. ILA, you have 5 minutes.
Wait, is this on all the amendments or is it just the one?
Just E.
Okay. So, yeah, so I totally understand the notion of checks and balances and how we're the legislative body and this is what we do. These are the concerns that were brought to me by the student body president and the attorney general. And so this is the solution that we came up with. Their concern was that it's a SG-wide thing, but they can't decide what caucuses their jurisdiction is over. They don't get to see that ruling. So that was the solution, was to have them sponsor, have the requirement of the sponsorship for the ad hoc caucuses. For a standing committee, it is an internal bill, so that does have to sit on the president has to sign that anyways. This is what we did for ad hoc, was sponsorship. Again, in my conversations with them, they just had some concerns about them not having much of a say in the creation of the certain caucuses. We had the conversation of, well, we are the legislative body. We do legislate that, and this is what we came up with. So I yield the rest of my time.
We're now in line for questioning. Samilo?
So the word sponsorship, do you mean just like saying like a go ahead to have the caucus, or sponsorship for like legislation? I'm a little confused.
They'll be listed as a sponsor on the legislation.
D-Lag?
Okay, so they wanted. My question is, was there conversation on the powers they already have? Because I understand that they wanted kind of to have more conversation and more of a stakeholder in it, since it is a student government wide thing, but the executive branch still holds the power to veto legislation. So then giving them that power, but also the power of like, we don't want this caucus to go through. Was that concern, or was there conversation about that brought up?
Not that specifically. The conversation was more, again, like they said, we're going to be putting all these caucuses through. Are they going to get a say in the caucuses that are assigned? And so that was the conversation, is that they didn't want the caucuses to come in just like willy-nilly type thing. And then again, the conversation did come of, we are the legislative branch, we make the legislation. And then again, this is the compromise that we came up with for that.
Temple?
2 questions.
You may.
So to clarify, written as is, it implies that sponsorship from all these entities here is required for the ad hoc caucus to go ahead. Is that correct?
Correct.
Follow up?
Mm-hmm.
Have you considered a potential contingency clause that states that in the event that at least one of these members does not sponsor it, this could automatically go ahead? Like, say, for example, if a piece of legislation isn't written by or signed off by president and frame, then that legislation would be automatically go into effect. Have you considered that sort of clause?
Like that they wouldn't need their sponsorship, or?
In the event that, say, for example, at least one of them isn't able to provide their sponsorship. Have you considered that? I'm just trying to throw this out here because I can see this being a potential issue.
Like won't or isn't able to?
Isn't able to would be one method.
That's why we said unless an office is vacant.
Okay.
So there's that solution.
Yamin Chili?
So, somewhat similar question to Chair Temple's. Considering that the amendment as it stands requires the sponsorship of all the branch heads except for the Senate President, before I go forward, can I ask 2 questions?
You may.
My first question is, why is the Senate President not included in the sponsorship? I understand that the Chief Justice has to be impartial in the proceedings of the judicial branch as well, and the Supervisor of Elections has to be impartial in how they conduct elections. So I get that the Speaker is supposed to be impartial, but why is that like enough to exclude that office from this clause?
It was also the fact that our part in that is that it's going through our body. So that was that reasoning.
And my second question was, considering that it might be difficult if a group of SG agents might want to form an ad hoc caucus on a controversial issue that some potential branch head might not agree with, would it be an acceptable alternative to require the sponsorship of at least one branch head instead of all of them? So would you be amenable for, like, instead of saying sponsorship by the student body president, chief justice, and supervisor of elections, instead say sponsorship by the student body president, chief justice, or supervisor of elections? So like an or instead of an and.
I would say that changes the content of the amendment, just because the idea was that we get all branches on board.
Brody, did you want to?
Yeah, strictly to the first question, just to help address that concern, the Chief Justice and the Supervisor of Elections have to remain impartial to the matters of the judicial branch and the election specifically. This isn't that. The Senate President has to remain impartial to legislation, which is what this would be. So that's why they weren't included, because sponsoring would be inherently supporting a piece of legislation.
Are there any other questions? Whitson?
President voting.
So noted at 8:34 p.m. Shannon?
President voting.
So noted at 8:35 p.m. Samil, is that a question? Yeah.
Just in regard to like communication, and like timeline, just because it is 3 people who are genuinely busy, like people, how do you plan on having all of them be able to sponsor something in like a timely manner if something were to kind of come up and they need to all be in one room at one time to say that they sponsor it?
I would say it's not so much different than how we get people to sponsor legislation now. I don't think they have to all be in one room at one time. It follows the same timeline as regular legislation, so I don't see that as an issue.
Questioning time has elapsed. Is there an extension? Or if not, we'll move on. Yamanshelli?
Move to debate.
There's been a motion to move to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we are now there. Temple, then Yamanshelli.
So I can understand exactly where the amendment is coming from, and generally I would support such a measure, but there are a lot of contingencies and a lot of issues that could arise from this if you were to require the unanimity of all of 3 other individuals. So if there is an amendment that would require at least say 2 individuals of the 3 present, then I'd be more amenable to this amendment. Pedantic. But the rest of what is presented here, I do support. It's just that subclause E portion here is what I think I and no doubt the rest of the chamber is tripped up on. So, like, to reiterate my position, I would personally recommend having at least 2 individuals from this list sponsor in the event that you can't get all 3 because of some reason or another, because that way it's still loss of communication with the 3 branches, and it requires, I'd say, a majority of them. So that's just something to ponder and to discuss a little more if seen fit.
Any other? Oh, Yamanshelli?
So fundamentally, an ad hoc caucus is a formalized and institutionally sanctioned working group on a specific issue or on a specific subject matter at hand. If a group of SG agents want to form an ad hoc caucus on something that they're passionate about, I don't think we should be discouraging them with bureaucratic measures such as requiring the unanimity of every single branch head. This is a slippery slope. If one branch head wants to be obstructionist about it, they can stop any change with you solely using their power. I don't believe that these few individuals having veto power over legislation such as this is just. The executive branch already has veto power. The judicial branch already has the ability to strike down legislation that is unconstitutional. That's what judicial review is. Checks and balances already exist. I would be fine if it required the sponsorship of 1 or 2 other branch heads, but requiring all of them is fundamentally an unjust position. That's like the Articles of Confederation requiring every single state's consent to amend itself. It leads to a slippery slope, and I'm worried that it could make things needlessly complicated and lead to a potential situation where a certain number of passionate student government agents could be blocked by a particular individual who just wants to use their sole power to stop them from achieving whatever they want to achieve. I don't think it's good for SG in the long run. So I'm going to be voting against. I encourage you all to do the same as well.
D-Leg, then Temple.
Yeah, I concur with Chair Yamanshelli. It seems like the concern is from one branch that already has the power to overturn or to exercise their power if they did seem to not like legislation that we put on the floor. in concurrence with an ad hoc caucus. There doesn't need to be more barriers in terms or more powers handed to them block our own powers that is already under legislation. So for that, I will be voting against this amendment as well.
Samilo, then Pullman.
I have a question.
You may.
So in regard to getting them to kind of like sponsor it, is it more of a like speech, question, and debate kind of thing? Like the person comes in and kind of says like, this is what I want to create, and like they can at least have communication with like the three branches, and that way they kind of understand where they're coming from with the ad hoc caucus? Or is it kind of just like, this is the legislation and they read it over and they're like, yes or no?
You mean like for the branch head sponsoring the legislation, or how it's getting read by other SG agents, or?
Just like the sponsorship, if the person that's writing the legislation is able to meet with them and say like kind of a speech and then question debate kind of thing, not like formally, but kind of just being able to like have questions being asked, give a speech, kind of explain why they're writing it and what the purpose is behind it. So that way they can see like and answer any questions that may not be able to be answered in the legislation.
Yeah, so for sponsorship, I assume it would kind of happen in the same way that sponsorships happen now, is that they're going to go show the legislation, and if they agree with the caucus, then they'll put their name on it.
Pullman?
It will say for these amendments, I totally understand where everybody is coming from. In my conversation with President Greenaway and AG Moore, this was definitely all in conversation. And this is what I was told as a compromise for them to support it and for it to pass all the way through. So that's that.
Temple?
I will reiterate my position on this as well, because I do understand the criticisms from the other senators as well. Because, like, at face value, yes, it absolutely does prevent certain ad hoc caucuses from being established based on certain events if you can't get all these members here. But I also understand the necessity of having these voices as well, because they are also students, and they are students with significant amount of influence. And they can, and their names on these pieces of legislation can definitely help out the purpose of the ad hoc caucus as a whole. I completely understand, though, the sentiments of voices such as Cherry Tillman, Chilean Delic, Morissette, though, because it's going to be very difficult to try and get all of these voices together. Like, that's pretty, like, in general, it's not going to be easy trying to get a group of people to align on policy, as is the case literally right now. So I suggest we free to discuss this, to debate this more. I'm actually gonna double down on the suggestion I had earlier, is at least make two of these, at least have the sponsorship come down to at least two of these voices here, because that way it could potentially bridge the gap even further, not necessarily entirely, but that could be a step in the right direction and prevent this from going into full circular debate.
Is there a motion to extend debate by 5 minutes? I'll go Hamid, Richmond, Delic.
I have a question.
You
if
may.
That's all right. I don't know if I'm allowed to ask this, but is the special act at risk of being vetoed if we do not support these changes?
That would be correct, yeah.
Richmond?
That was also my question. So I guess I kind of have a question going off of that. Can I ask that?
You may.
So if this is vetoed but the Senate really does not like these amendments, we go through with passing, like, to fail these amendments, we still pass it and then the bill gets vetoed. What is the line of action? Like, could we overrule that and still have it go through without these amendments?
Who's the question directed to?
Whoever can answer it.
Temple?
Already correct me if I'm wrong, but doesn't the Senate have a 2/3 veto override?
Who did I say? Delic, my bad.
That's funny because those two were my questions. But to go off on that, because I know the timeline in terms of when it hits the president's desk, would we overturn it next session or this session? How would that work with the session about to end?
Legislation doesn't carry, right? Unless it's like reintroduced.
Yeah. I'm not. I would have to think more about how that would work if the timeline. I think there is time. If you all decide to pass it tonight, then the once we send it, the president has, I think, 5 days to act on it, 5 academic days. So you would have time to see and consider potentially an override if you wanted to before your session ended.
Yaman Chili,
Can I speak?
you may.
So I think if this is at risk of getting vetoed, let it get vetoed. I think we can override it. I think now is the time to do what is right. And I understand the concerns of the president and the attorney general. However, I am not amenable to the idea of the Senate changing its ways for the whims of 2 individuals. I understand those concerns. I just don't think they're in the interest of the student body. And there are times when the Senate needs to exert its independence, and when the Senate needs to exert its legislative power. And for that, there needs to be more discussion. And considering that we are seeing this bill on, I believe, 3rd reading, this is it. We pass this bill today or we don't pass it. And I don't think the amendments should be in there. So I would still urge a no vote.
Laza?
There really isn't anything else that can be said. I agree exactly with Yaman Chili and Morissette. And to what you said, let it get vetoed. If that's what they're going to be using that veto power for, let it get vetoed. We can even try overriding it, because that's exactly what they're going to be doing with this sponsorship requirement. It can be essentially used and abused to exploit the ability to even form these caucuses. And at the end of the day, it just creates an extra roadblock that's going to get in the way of students that have a passion for a specific minority, for a specific disability group, anybody that actually wants to get out and do these, something that maybe the student body president, chief justice, or supervisor of elections aren't a part of that community. They may not understand why that ad hoc caucus would be so important. This would just give them the ability to outright veto it without having to do a veto. I'm voting in negation.
Hamid?
May I retain?
You may.
I have to agree with everyone else that's spoken. I really do not think it is a good idea to require sponsorships like this, or that, it just seems really weird. It just seems like that's just a barrier between representing groups of students that are being currently underrepresented. That's the reason that we have caucuses. So that's just barring these people from representing the students, their constituents that need to be represented by us. We are here to represent students. That is the entire job of student government. So this just seems like a barrier that seems unneeded. So I'll also be voting in negation. Move to vote.
Do you withdraw? Temple?
Question to the floor.
Mhm.
So it was brought up before by Chair Yaman Chili that we can move to separate the question, because if we vote now and it ends up being a vote in negation, that means all of the amendments here are going to be negated.
Oh, we're only seeing E.
Wait, really?
Yeah.
Where have I been for the past 5 minutes?
It's okay. It's
My
fine.
apologies.
Happens to us all. Brody, did you want to say something after that?
Yeah, really quickly. There is a suggestion within the amendment. So if you would like to make a motion to amend the amendment, you would need to do that now before you vote on the amendment.
Samela, was your hand still up? Oh, Yaman Chili?
Still move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote on. Do you withdraw?
I do not.
You sigh, I laugh. Okay. So we are now in pro con. Pro is the objection. Con is not the objection. So con is Yaman Chili. Pro is Hearst. Do I just give them time, or do I have to make a motion for it? Okay. You have a minute. Pro the objection.
So the objection the amendment within the amendment would make it so that you can pick somebody to get the sponsorship from. It's an or instead of an and. So you're not getting everybody's, you're getting at least one person's sponsorship. So I think it's better than having everybody. It is a compromise that would actually help us in this situation. And I think we should at least have a discussion on it without just going to vote on this.
You have a minute, Yaman Chili.
We've discussed this plenty already. We have plenty of legislation to look at, and I disagree with Chair Hurst on this. I think that this is fundamentally not a just compromise. The executive branch already has veto authority. The legislative branch already has judicial review. And when caucuses are usually made, people normally already do talk to executive individuals and people in judicial. Interbranch collaboration happens already. So I think we should just get the matter settled with and go for a vote. So I urge you all to vote con.
All right, we're now in line for pro-con. Pro is Hearst, con is Yalom and Chili. Remember that, meaning yes is Hearst and no is Yalom and Chili.
And before I start the voting, I just want to make extra clear, you are not voting on the amendment. You are voting on whether or not you want to see the amendment or you want to have debate on the amendment to the amendment. Okay, so you are saying right now, either yes, the objection, I want to debate the specific change of and to or no, I want to vote on the entire amendment of section E right now.
Does anyone need it re-explained to them? It's okay. No question is a dumb question. Okay. With a vote count of 11-7, we will not see the added part to the amendment. We are still in that motion, I guess. Are we still in Yalom and Chili's motion? Or they have to make the motion again.
So the motion carries. You're now going to be in voting procedure.
Okay, we are now in voting procedures. The amendment, the amendment, we're seeing E as is, not the or.
So yes, if we vote yes, it would be in. If we vote no, it would be out.
If you vote no, you're canceling the amendment. If you're voting yes, you are not canceling the amendment that was implemented by ILA Pullman. With a vote count of 3 to 23 to 2, the amendment does not pass. We are now still in debate on the special act. ILA Pullman.
Motion to see amendment A number 2.
There's been a motion to see ILA Pullman's amendment of A2 as a block. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we are now there. Is there a motion for 5-minute speeches, 5-minute question, 5-minute debate? We're now there. Isla, you have 5 minutes.
So this does follow along the same lines as the other one. I will say I held all the same concerns that you guys did in my conversation with exec leadership, student body president, and attorney general. Again, this is what we came up with. But I absolutely do understand the procedural process of the legislative body and how this might be impeaching on that. So with that being said, it's just up to the body whether or not we want to see all this through and risk them not supporting it. But either way, these are concerns in my conversations with them that I did try to air out, that it's the legislative process. And this is the compromise.
We are now in line for questioning. Are there any questions? Samila?
May I retain?
Well, yeah.
Okay.
Wait, retain is to make a motion, right, Brody? Okay, yeah, he may. Sorry.
So my question would be by resolution, do you mean just the resolution like written to make an ad hoc caucus or any resolution?
The resolution for an ad hoc caucus.
Okay, and then with that, move to debate.
There's been a motion to move to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now there. Samilo, was that your hand? Samilo, then Hearst.
I think if we're going to make caucuses for all the branches, I feel like there should be no real issue with having them also have a voice to make a resolution to have an ad hoc caucus, because we do all have a voice. And at the end of the day, that resolution just comes straight here to Senate. So I don't really see any issue with this one. So I will be voting in favor.
Hearst?
I hate to disagree with you, but I do, Kylie.
I believe that with resolutions, as it is a legislative matter, it is a senator that should be writing the resolution. However, anyone can sponsor a resolution that we've discussed previously before. Anyone in exec, judicial, EC, an RSO, anyone can sponsor a resolution or any kind of legislation. I think we should leave it as it is and just let senators write the legislation. Anyone else can sponsor it. I disagree
Yamachili,
with those.
then Samila. My bad. I didn't mean to cut you off.
I concur. I think senators are elected to their positions and appointed to their positions to do this duty of legislating for the members of the student body. And I think that should be a power that should be exclusive to the Senate. Do I encourage inter-branch collaboration? Of course I do. I think that members of the other branches should be more than welcome to write bills and attempt to pass them, but it should be a senator introducing them. We're having right now SGLCers introduce bills with their mentors. We've had former senators pass bills after they've had the people that come after them pick them up. And so I do think that, this amendment is not necessary, so I'll be voting against.
Samila?
I have to think of what I was going to say. I do feel like if other branches wanted to write a resolution, they would definitely reach out to a senator and have them help. So, I mean, I guess at the end of the day, if they're going to do that anyways, might as well just have the senator introduce it. So, I guess.
Hamid?
May I retain?
You may
Never
not.
mind. Never mind. I'm so sorry. You can actually go. You can go.
D-Line?
Are we in debate or questioning?
We're in
Okay.
debate, yeah.
It's debate, but then a question.
Mhm.
Kind of going off of what Chair Mitchell said, literally tonight we're going to see an ANSF bill, and it would have to be introduced through Pro Tem Marla because Chair McClellan is not a senator. So I feel like that same sentiment is carried, but also a question: if they're allowed to introduce it, do we no longer have to make the motion of them? Do we no longer have to make the motion of them being able to speak if they're now the introducers? If they're not sitting senators?
You can Brody, I could just is there a motion for a non-senator to speak and then
So yeah, you could. I think it would be normal to have them do the speech and answer questions on it as an introducer. But then they wouldn't give them a chance to debate unless questions were asked of them. So it would be just like an RSO and a fiscal bill, basically, without the one line of is the RSO here? Okay, great, I yield to them.
Samila?
I feel like with that, it's kind of the same as when we have resolutions or anything like that, and the person introducing it will either be, okay, I yield to the, can a non-senator speak, and either yield it to AG Moore or something like that. So I don't know. I'm still a little iffy on this because I could see it going both ways, and I can see why they want it, but I don't know.
Hurst?
May I retain?
You may not.
Darn. We're just talking in circles at this point. We've kind of all said the same thing a couple of different times. I get that there's some hesitation, but we've said the same thing 6 times now.
Hamid?
I was going to say if I could retain, so I'll give it to Allison.
Allison?
Sorry, another clarifying point from my conversation with them. Yeah, it was really just how when it's an SG-wide caucus thing, how they wouldn't be able to dictate the caucuses or the ad hoc caucuses. But again, I do understand the notion of how we're the legislative body and we legislate. They're the executive body and we all have our own roles. But that's what they said.
Hurst?
If I am wrong about this, please correct me. But as we did have the Military and Veteran Ad Hoc Caucus, that was mostly written by a justice and AG Moore with sponsorships, and it was introduced by a senator, but it was mostly written by non-senators, even though they couldn't actually introduce it. Same thing would apply in this situation. It just wouldn't need to be someone that has introduction by a student government agent, but by a legislator. So we're already doing this without having to have it in a statute.
Temple?
May I retain?
You may.
Move to vote on the amendment.
There's been a motion to vote on ILA Pullman's amendment. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now there. With a vote count of 6 to 19 to 3, the amendment does not pass. We are still in debate on the actual bill or special act. There are still amendments on there. I do see some amendments on 1401.2, 5, 6, 7. Hurst?
Motion to see my and Chair DeCara's amendments and 1401.2, 6, and 7 as a block.
There's been a motion to see Vice Chair Hurst and Chair DeCara's amendments on 1401.2, 5, 6, 7 as a block. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we are now there. Is there a motion for 5-minute speeches, 5-minute questioning, 5-minute debate? We are now there. One of you have 5 minutes.
I got it. So the first one for 6 would ask that caucus leadership shall meet with at least one member of student government leadership, that being student body president, Senate president, chief justice, or the supervisor of elections, just to give a discussion of their initiatives and the projects they're working on in progress. So there is some kind of understanding of where people are at in their discussions. The 7th one would be leadership working with each other and having a meeting within the caucuses at least once a semester, so they're aware of what they're doing. This is mostly because we did take caucuses out of Senate exec because they would not be necessarily senators leading those caucuses. We want to give them still an option to talk to each other that is within statutes. So they're not just going to go and do their own thing and not talk to anybody. And with that, DeCara would like to, I think. Okay, then I yield to questioning.
We are now in line for questioning. Are there any questions? Temple, then D-Leg.
I think I had 2, but I'm just going to go with the one to either introduce the amendment. So regarding 1401.2A7, who would be in charge of those meetings with the caucus leadership?
That's at the discretion. Like it's not more of like they're voting on things. It's more of like the way that we're just meeting together, like talking to each other. It's a way of ensuring that collaboration happens. We do the reports there, but the reports then just move on. This right here creates that basically everyone meets together. They would just do what they're focusing on. We'd meet this time. It's just a way of like them to exchange information and how to work together. So yeah, that was just a way of creating a platform. If there is, if you would like to, we could make some form of like format to meet and how that they would do that. So that was something in the past, but we just started with this first and see how we all felt.
Any other question? Oh, D-Leg?
Ethan actually asked my question, but to like go off of that, because this seems like it would mirror fiscal leadership where it's not necessarily in statutes, but there's like a precedent where the pro temp leads the fiscal leadership and they just meet whenever they feel needed. You have it where it's like as at a date, so that's fine. But I would, with this, I feel like just for there to be, not decorum is not the word, but for it to be cohesive, I guess, there should technically be like one person, I guess, who is not in charge, but who is expected to at least like, when to meet, or like, let's figure out when to meet, or like the chair of caucus leadership or something, just for it to be cohesive, I guess.
With that, I would suggest to whoever is in caucuses next session, or to Brody as well, I'm sorry to take you away from your phone, to create like a caucus like chat for leadership so that they can talk to each other and make that time of like, hey, we want to talk about what we're doing for this like semester or these things that are coming up, so that there's some kind of cohesiveness and there's collaboration if they want to. It's not saying that they have to like talk to each other all the time and constantly. It's more of a once a semester, maybe like in the middle or the beginning or the end, saying, hey, we're doing this thing. If you want to come, if you want to join us, do the thing or not. It's less about like creating something you can vote on things or like vote on your merch or vote on what you're doing. It's more of a keeping each other aware of things in a way that is in a collaborative environment. So if someone wants to say, oh, you have to talk to this person, you don't like talk to everyone. Like disability isn't always going to talk to Black Caucus. It's not like always going to happen. And I'm not saying that as a thing. It's just the two that came to my head first. But it's a way for them to have a format to just talk to each other without it being a really formal environment that you don't feel you can just express yourself, and it needs to have like a minute taker and someone to run the meeting.
Hamid and then Richmond.
Is there I wouldn't say fear, but like, is there a thought behind that maybe this could be over legislating this like meeting. Not to say like you guys didn't think about it, just like, do you guys have any thoughts on that?
There was a thought about that at one point, just saying that we were trying too hard to tell them you have to meet at like once a semester. But there was also concern that was brought up by other members that with caucus leadership that was, we don't really have a space to talk if we don't have like an actual meeting time or a thing in statute that says we should meet. Because then maybe leadership that is not always in the office or always available is just going to brush it off and say, oh, it's not required, I'm not going to do it.
Richmond, then Leon and Chile.
Is fiscal leadership in statutes? I don't know.
I don't believe so. I didn't check finance because it's the one I didn't actually touch. Yeah, Birdie says no.
Yam and Chile?
I was going to ask the same question. I yield back.
Richmond?
Move to debate.
There's been a motion to move to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now there. I will go. I don't know. I don't know how if I balanced y'all out. I'll go Temple, D-Leg, Lazo.
So first and foremost, you're an ORS. How did you not check Title VIII? Fair enough. In any case, I am a little torn on that part of the amendment. I'm not saying it's a bad amendment or anything. I don't know how to really feel about it, to be honest with you. The 1401.2A6, I completely understand. I'm in support of that one, but I would like to hear a little more discussion on 1401.2A7 in that regard, especially if we can find some sort of way to maybe allow for like a mediator. That's kind of what the general theme was between mine and D-Leg Morissette's line of questionings, where is that kind of bleed into that conversation. Sorry if I'm stealing your points here, but the D-Leg or some member of the pro tempora's office would be the one to mediate a conversation between the heads of fiscal. So that would be something that not necessarily make it a formally structured meeting, but it actually channels the discussion into one person, and that person can bounce back feedback or advice or anything or any sort of the matter. So that's kind of that's like my train of thought is on the matter.
I will say is like I don't even want to say it's point of information because it's not like an inquiry or anything, but there have been meetings that like were under the pro temp office and then there weren't at the same time. They were just more informal. So it has been done before. So I'll throw that out there. It has been done before. It's nothing like new under the sun. D-Leg?
Yeah, I'm kind of on the fence also, only because it kind of, the amendments mirror fiscal leadership, but then they also mirror like committees, like the way committees function. And the way committees function now is like they collaborate on their own discretion, like if they want to, like SBA collaborates, like if they want to with GAP, like all the time, not all the time, but like when they want to. So that's why in my head, it's like it could mirror fiscal leadership, but it could also mirror the way committees collaborate with each other, which is why I'm kind of on the fence. So kind of like what Chair Temple said, I'm open to hearing more debate.
I said Lazo, then I'll go Samillo.
Two things. Motion to see my amendment on 1401.26 as like friendly. It's just a grammar thing.
As a friendly?
Oh, is it technical or friendly?
Wait, let me.
I think so. Because
where? I'll just see it as a technical.
And
because you're just adding like grammar.
Yeah. It's
okay.
Just grammar, just removing a word.
Yeah. So
then my second debate, like my actual debate, would be I actually really like this just because now that we are taken out and now that caucuses are being taken out of Senate and they kind of exist almost as their own entity, this does give them the opportunity for leadership to still collaborate, to still communicate with another without having to be done through the format of like Senate executive or having to make a much more formal meeting. Kind of like what the speaker was saying is that certain committees do meet informally, and I do feel like we can meet in that format without having to have, obviously it will be up to the discretion of leadership to, if they wanted to appoint somebody to be almost like a speaker for them, that will be up to the discretion for caucus leadership, which I do think it's great that they have that discretion to be able to do. And I personally am in favor of this amendment.
Samillo, it's hard because I'm trying to. Okay, I'll do Samillo, Richmond, Hearst. Are those debate? Okay, and then your question, because I don't want to throw a question in the mix. So, go ahead.
All right. So yeah, I feel like number 7 is really good just because it is now for all the different branches. And I feel like just be easier to kind of get us all together because yeah, for committees, we do like kiki among ourselves, but that's also because we're in like the same branch. Same with fiscal leadership. As someone that's a part of fiscal leadership, even though it's not in statutes, it is best because we have so much money that we're like balancing that we meet with everyone that's also balancing this money. It's kind of just like duh moment. So that's kind of why we meet. So like now if caucus leadership's not meeting, it's obviously something that we can try to implement if they're not all meeting together because it's not as much as a like duh moment as fiscal leadership is. And then in regards to Temple and D-Leg's sentiments about having like a mediator, I think it's a good idea. It just, now that it is part of the 3 branches, I don't really know who would be fitting for that role just because it's a part of all 3. So maybe putting something like the president or the speaker or like one of the roles that can actually hold a chair position would have to mediate. I don't really know who exactly would come in and do that, but I do agree that maybe that's the best way just because for, again, fiscal leadership, it's easy when pro temp text in there and is like, fill out the one to me. It's like, yes. So I don't know. I do think it's a good idea, but I do like the amendments and I will be voting in favor.
Richmond?
I'm on the fence, but I'm leaning towards not being in favor just as what's the fiscal leadership isn't in statutes. I just think it's almost over legislating. I think it's great to meet, but I don't think that needs to be written into statutes. There's a win to meet. Like, I think just reaching out first. I mean, if you see an issue with it in the future, then you can legislate. But I think before like jumping to legislation, I think it's better to see a problem and then legislate before like just, oh, maybe this will happen, but it may not. And y'all may just be able to collaborate like fiscal leadership does.
First.
2 things. To Temple and D-Leg's point, I see the idea for having a mediator. I am concerned with having the pro temp's office do it as they already kind of do the committees and they have enough on their plate. Having someone to kind of be presiding over, I would see maybe having someone that's already in the caucus leadership becoming not like the guy in charge or the gal in charge, just the one that's like, okay, who's talking first? What's the order? That kind of thing. Secondly, I had a point. I've lost it. I'll come back to it.
I'll let Hamid ask their question, and I'm assuming that's a response. A response and a question. Okay, Hamid, go ahead.
So like, this is coming from me as the SBA chair, where I actually like have met with caucus leadership. Like I try to have like a meeting with them once a semester, but like this is not a call out Daedalus, but Daedalus is like, I'm using her as an example. She's very busy. She's a lot on her plate. Like she's a woman in charge, but like she was only available for like 30 minutes on Thursday. That was it. So she couldn't attend those meetings. So what happens if, like, let's say someone who's caucus leadership, they can't attend the meeting. Do they get like in trouble? Like what happens? It's like regulated by statutes.
I'll do Temple, then y'all. Okay, yeah.
So with the idea that someone would not be able to like come to the meeting, I would say that's partially something that the caucus leadership have to figure out, like what's the time that we can all meet, even if it's not like during that 9 to 5 that the office would be open, because it's not like they're voting on anything. They can kind of meet outside of that timeline. I'd also say that if they want to have like a representative from their caucus show up, I would not see that that's a problem. They're still caucus members. They can show up anyway and kind of talk on what they're doing. It's more of a, it's not saying that the chair and the vice chair are the ones that will have to like be there. It's more of a just making sure that someone's aware of what's going on so that they're all kind of collaborating, so they know, oh, this event's happening. Oh, this event's also happening at the same time for this other caucus. We can kind of collaborate on it.
Temple, then Yamachili. Oh, Brody, is that a direct response?
Yeah, if I can just address that question really quickly. Theoretically, any statute can be, anybody can be held accountable of any of the statutes via non-compliance, censure, all those things, right? So like that would be a route to hold any kind of caucus leadership accountable if you felt like that. Now, if somebody just like couldn't make it and it's obvious that it was not malicious or like, it's up to you all to hold each other accountable. So like you could just not file the non-compliance. You know what I mean? Like So I don't know that it has to be too complicated. Also, just considering the practicality, if 7 is there and caucus leadership is having meetings together, seems like an easy thing to once a semester have one of the branch heads go to that meeting, and then you can kind of just check the box all at once. Just throwing it out there.
Temple?
Yeah, my response to the chair's or vice chair's response. Sorry, I'm not giving you that sort of luxury. In any case, so the reason why we said the pro tempore in our example was just that it was an example. It does not have to be the pro tempore. It could be a member of the caucus leadership elected by their peers, and that can rotate. That's just an example. But I kind of missed my second part, so I'm just going to go straight to the question itself. May I ask the question to the introducers?
Yeah.
So considering then that caucus leadership, should this pass, be statutorily mandated to meet with each other, how can we ensure that that is actually being done? Like, aside from a non-compliance, how can we be sure that the caucus leadership all met and they had this meeting?
I feel like that's just like a normal thing that we could just say in the reports too. Maybe like, oh, we all met together. Also, those meetings are open, so it's like, let's say like the possible SBA chair in the next week puts in their report going, oh, I went to the caucus leadership meeting and I was able to get an idea for proclamations and resolutions and all that such. Oh my God, I just lost the train of thought. Yeah.
I'd also say, to your point of having rotating leadership, that I think if putting that in is an over legislation by saying they have to have rotating leadership, having them be able to choose their own leaders would not be something that I'd be opposed to. Having that is like they have to choose a leader. That's, I feel, over legislating.
Is there a motion for extension of 5 minutes? Temple's had a follow-up. You may.
Yeah, no, I would say that I would concur to that. Like, we can probably write it in a way that it would say caucus leadership may elect one of their own to mediate the conversation, to lead the conversation, and then that can continue for each time they meet every semester. So,
Yamanchili.
So I think Amendment 6 makes complete sense. It is very much true that leadership should be updated with what the caucuses are doing. So I'm inclined to support it without any qualms. With 7, however, I am inclined to believe that is an over legislation. I was caucus chair 2 years ago of the LGBTQ plus caucus. Caucus chairs met at the time. We had a group me chat. We met over Zoom. We met in person bi-weekly on Fridays, and it was mediated and facilitated by the pro temp at the time, Nick Foster, great guy. And so I think we should let the caucus leadership be flexible on that. Let them meet as they wish, as is necessary. If they want it to be a formal meeting, that's fine. If they want it to be an informal meeting, that's fine. If they want to have a designated person moderate the conversation or take minutes, that's fine. So I don't think we need to make it more complicated than it needs to be. So I would recommend that we split the question and vote on Amendment 6 and Amendment 7 separately, because it does seem to be that people have differing opinions on both of these.
Fintel, and then Hurst is your hand. Okay, Fintel.
This is more of a question than debate.
Mm-hmm.
So is there any reason we can't use more soft language instead of like a required they shall meet, instead say they may meet, so that this is kind of stepping back from the over legislation of saying this can happen, this is an option, but it's not technically required if things don't happen that way?
I'm open to it. I see no reason why we can't soften the language. I would just worry that leadership that is less inclined to focus on things outside of their own caucus or their own committee would feel that is something they no longer have to be a part of, and they can just kind of ignore it.
Anyone else? Oh.
And a motion to split the two amendments for
To
voting.
split them?
Yeah.
There's been a motion to split the block of amendments, which is, I lost it, 6 and 7. Are there any objections? Seeing none, they are split. Which one do you want to focus on? 6. We are on 6, I guess. Or do we have to do them? Okay, we're on 6. We're still in debate, so Samilla?
Move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote on the amendments 1401.2A6. Memory. Okay, you see that? Are there any objections? Seeing none, you can vote. With a vote count of 22 to 4 to 2, it passes. We are on the bill or the act. Hurst.
Motion to see my amendment to 14.2A7.
There's been a motion to see Vice Chair Hurst's amendment on 1401.2A7. Are there any objections? Seeing none. We're now there. Is there a motion for 5-minute speeches, 5-minute questioning, 5-minute debate? We're now there. Pay attention, y'all. The more you pay attention, the faster we get past this. Think about that. We're now there. Is there 5 minutes?
Totally forgot to talk. So seeing that there has been some pushback to this, I understand where you're coming from, Fintel, with having to be a little softer language. I did change it to may instead of shall meet, just because I understand that not everyone can meet all the time. It's kind of impossible to get 12 people in a room unless it's required. But I know you all have lives and have to like eat and sleep and other stuff like that. That is how you survive and function. So I can see why that would be important. And do you want to have it see as a friendly? Oh, move to questioning.
There's
Sorry.
been a motion to move to questioning. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in questioning. Samilo?
In regard to you answering Fintel's question, like past of changing it from shall to may, you kind of said like, I feel like if we do that, it'll kind of just be brushed off. Do you think there's even a reason to have this amendment anymore?
I do, partially because yes, it can be seen as a brush off, but I also have seen a lot of senators that look at statutes and go, this is what we should be doing as kind of a guideline in the rule book. So if it's already there, we can kind of see it as we should probably be doing this. If it's in there, we might want to actually follow it.
Samilo?
Is there a way that somebody could just put, I guess this is a question to like Brody or Sierra or caucus leadership, to put like in your transition binder to meet with other caucus members and like caucus leadership. So then we don't really have to like put it in legislation, unless we find that there's a problem now that they're separate, like they're a separate amenity, because this is a lot in like one act. And I feel like if we just keep kind of adding on, it might be a little much. So just kind of putting the suggestion out there as it's right now, just a suggestion in the act. So
It's possible. Brody, yeah.
Yeah, so I mean, you all can definitely put whatever in your transition binder you think is valuable for the future people in your position. I can definitely, in having those conversations and advising and suggesting those things, for sure. I will say, like, honestly, I think there's probably more of that I could be doing at any given time, right? Like having a conversation with internal leadership to say, hey, like, would you all, in past some years, they've done X, Y, and Z and had internal leadership meetings, whatever. But frankly, there's a lot of stuff going on, and I'm just one person, just one sleepy little guy. So yes, to your point, yes, I think that I can definitely take ownership of you all stating that that's something that you want me to prioritize to future caucus leadership, as well as you all doing the same within your transition binders, and encouraging future leaders to also encourage their successors in their transition binders. Yeah.
I didn't even start at the time, I realized. Hurst and then Samilo.
I think to Samilo's point of asking caucus leadership to put it in their binders, I understand where you're coming from with this, to have it be that it's, hey, please go talk to people so you're not kind of on your own little island and doing your own thing. But I worry about caucuses that kind of just want to focus on what they're doing and have their own projects that are very tunnel visioned and not thinking about anyone else other than themselves. I just worry about that.
Samilo.
I still feel like this amendment's just now kind of a suggestion, and I feel like people could just suggest in other ways than putting it in legislation. So with that, I think we're still in questioning. So I was going to move to debate.
Yeah. There's been a motion moved to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now there. Go ahead. Richmond, then Yalman, Chile. Oh, Temple, was your hand up too? Okay.
Oh yeah. I agree with Kylie. I definitely think this is over legislation. I don't know if I just have LSAT brain because I took a practice test, but like when you put shall, if like they don't want to meet, they're not going to meet. So it doesn't really matter if it's in statutes. Like as long as they're doing their thing, they're doing their thing. Like I think they should meet, but I don't think it needs to be in statutes.
Yalman, Chile.
So I think this is a reasonable compromise. People do have lives, so I think it's a good idea that we're not forcing caucus leadership to meet. I agree with Brody's amendment to the amendment that says that we should encourage people to meet so that, you know, it encourages cross-caucus collaboration. That's a good thing. And I do agree with Chair Hurst that it's important that caucuses don't have tunnel vision and work with each other to ensure that their initiatives are like enhanced by each other's abilities, a sort of synergy, if you know what I mean. And I also agree with Chair Temple's amendment to the amendment saying that caucus leadership can elect somebody to run their meetings according to their own convenience. So I think this is a reasonable compromise. I'm all for it, and I encourage you all to do the same.
All right. Anyone else? Temple?
I guess move to see my amendment as friendly.
Let me go.
Sure.
Okay.
What about Brody's? Because
you can just.
Oh,
yeah.
I like Brody's amendment. We should do that too.
Okay. We're still in debate. What? Oh my gosh. Wait. No. Shh. Starts with a C, right? Don't whisper it to me. Is it C-O? Oh. Is it C-O-N? No.
Yeah, the same.
Give me the next letter. Corellia. Yeah! I'm a genius. I'm just kidding. Corellia, what's up?
Yeah, so I agree with Richmond and Samilo. I think that if it's not going to force caucus leadership to meet, then why should it be in there at all? So I'll be voting no. I encourage others to do the same.
Corellia, you keep that up. I'm going to remember your name. Okay? Bintel, then Hamid.
Personally, with the new amendments made, I am in favor of this because I for me, I like to read through statutes and stuff to see like what I should be doing, what I'm capable of doing, and I think this would serve as a good suggestion to people going forward, especially with the transition binders that they might not always include this down the line. Like there's nothing saying that this needs to be in there, nothing saying that this will be an expectation going forward or recommended going forward. So I like having it in.
Hamid?
May I retain?
You may.
So like I don't know how I feel about this because like I've tried to meet with caucus leadership and I like have in the past, but it's really hard to get everyone in the same room. And I feel like if they're not forced, it's kind of hard to get them to do that. Not because they don't care, but just because of scheduling and stuff. Like I feel like I do get points of like reading stuff to see like what we can do, but also like this kind of does run into the thing of like, well, fiscal leadership is kind of expected to already do this. So like, why isn't that in statutes? I just think that it could just be an expectation that we have and that we just expect that they do this. With that, move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote on the amendments, including its friendlies on 1401.27. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we are now there. With a vote count of 17 to 10, the amendment stays.
Sorry, it does not.
It does not?
No, because it's on third reading, so it has to be a 2/3.
Oh, okay, then it does not.
I set it up correct, but because it's not a true like amendment vote, I have to use the extra votes.
Oh,
That's why
okay.
it doesn't know that it's on. third reading.
Okay, thank you. It does not pass. My bad, y'all. Let me see. There's still one more amendment, and it's at the end. It's 1403.1B. Yeah. Isla Pullman.
Motion to see the amendment on 1401.3B. It's the one that's crossed out and then added.
There's been a motion to see Isla Pullman's amendments on 1403.1B as a block. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we are now there. Is there a motion for 5-minute speeches, 5-minute questioning, 5-minute debate? All right, we are now there. Isla, you have 5 minutes.
So this is another amendment that we added just to ensure the support from exec leadership again. Basically, the idea was that the Senate doesn't hold all of the power to dissolve an ad hoc caucus. Instead, we put it in the hands of the ad hoc caucus itself to choose whether they think they should go on, if they accomplish what they did that year, or by the expiration date. And I yield the rest of my time.
We're now in line for questioning. Hamid?
Was the concern of like an ad hoc caucus deciding to just destroy itself, like probably not happening, like discussed? Because like the probability of a caucus wanting to just not happen again is kind of low.
Yeah, so that probability wasn't really discussed. It was just more of the issue of we're just trying to take it out of the hands of Senate entirely. Yeah, that's pretty much it.
Samilo and then D-Leg.
I kind of just wanted to expand like an answer on that. In regards to kind of Military and Veterans Caucus, it was an ad hoc, and we kind of were talking about if we wanted to make it a caucus, like actually or what. But there's some initiatives that people have that does actually like warrant a caucus sometimes, but sometimes those initiatives don't actually transfer over years and years and years. Kind of like how Senator Yamamachili said earlier, how like sometimes there's something going on like right now, like world problems happening right now, and they want to create an ad hoc caucus for that. If that's something that kind of like dies down or something happens and it doesn't seem fitting anymore, it's kind of just a way for the ad hoc caucus to say, we've done what we needed to do, like we're done, instead of them just kind of sitting there like waiting for the year to be over and then say, do we want to make this official or not?
Okay. Brody?
Sorry, I just want to expand a little bit on what Allison was saying. This didn't necessarily come out of the conversation with exec, but as we were making some of those amendments, kind of saw this and realized that because this whole section was just kind of copied over from the committees, we realized that like for an ad hoc committee, it makes sense for the Senate to be able to dissolve it if they don't feel it is necessary anymore. But if you had a caucus that was at the time solely made up of other branch members, Senate should not have the ability to, we felt, have the ability to just eliminate it solely. And there's no real group that makes sense to dissolve it, right? There's no like, so we felt like internally dissolving it was the only option. To some extent, I don't necessarily see a ton of times where that would happen. Perhaps if, you got down to one member and you were like, well, this isn't going to work. There's just me. Then maybe you want to dissolve it early in that scenario. But we just felt like it didn't make sense to have an external body that was housed within one branch have the ability to eliminate it. Yeah, again, I can't think of a scenario where like that would happen, right? Like the caucus has gone so rogue that somebody needs to abolish them, right? But it existed for committees, so we felt like perhaps they considered some situation that I cannot in this moment think of, and wanted to have some version of it in there. And that was kind of Allison and I's thought process in that.
I'll do Yaman Chili, then Temple.
So I do agree with Chair Similo. I searched up the definition of ad hoc on Google. It says when necessary or needed or created or done for a particular purpose is necessary. I do think we should be encouraging the creation of ad hoc caucuses to achieve specific objectives. Like I said before, they're formalized and institutionally sanctioned working groups. And I think these amendments are reasonable. If a caucus, an ad hoc caucus, feels like their work is done, if they feel mission accomplished, I think they should be able to call it a day and dissolve themselves. And to go up through the entire Senate and have Senate spend more time these nights than it could is just not a good idea. So letting them dissolve themselves is pretty cool. I support it, and I encourage y'all to do the same.
Temple?
Question: are we in questioning or in debate?
We're in questioning. So, yeah.
All right. I'm
I was like, wait a second. Yeah, we're in questioning.
My apologies.
It's okay.
A question then to anybody who can answer, I suppose.
Yeah.
So should an ad hoc caucus decide to dissolve itself ahead of schedule, how would that be communicated? Because like a hard read in this suggests that there would be no transmission of dissolution to anybody, unless I'm probably going mad at that as well.
You can respond. One of you two.
My assumption would be either that they would relay that to somebody and say, oh yeah, we dissolved ourselves, or depending on if there's a member of that ad hoc caucus that is a Senate member, they can say during Senate forum, oh yeah, we dissolved the ad hoc caucus. So it can be something that is relayed to the full body at a point during the next meeting.
Rody?
I also feel like, sorry, I'm just diving in on this one now. I feel like a caucus dissolving itself, an ad hoc caucus dissolving itself, is not going to happen on a whim. So it would be reasonable for the caucus to say, we're going to dissolve ourselves effective, Thursday at midnight. So we'll still be on the agenda to give our report stating that, we did it, and we've abolished ourselves, right? Like, I don't think it needs to be all that complicated. They'll just say it at Senate, and there's minutes, there'll be minutes for it.
Is there a motion to extend questioning by like 2 minutes? Yaman Chili?
I was going to wait till debate.
Okay. Samila?
I was going to move to debate.
You can, yeah.
Motion to move to debate.
Sorry. There's been a motion to move to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none. We're there. Yaman Chili, and then Samila, then D-Leg.
I don't really have anything to say. Would Ile Pullman accept my suggestion as a friendly?
No, because it only says the student body president. So it's only one of the branch heads.
I have a question. Would you have an alternate suggestion?
I would say list none of them or list all of them.
Got it.
Samilo?
Okay. So I do think that changing it from saying the Senate body can get rid of the ad hoc caucus by majority vote, and just making it the caucus itself is a good idea, just because we did move all the caucus legislation out of Senate. This should go out of Senate as well, because caucus technically isn't part of Senate anymore. So there shouldn't be a reason why us as senators should say, hey, your caucus shouldn't exist when it is all three branches now. So I do think that this is a good idea.
D-Leg?
I do like this amendment as well. My only concern is that if a caucus is like for example, Black Caucus, where there's only 3 of us, 2/3 would be 2 out of the 3 members. And I would just feel so terribly bad for that one member that wants that caucus to remain standing. And I know other caucuses kind of have like similar participation amount. And of course, if we're opening to the branches, hopefully there is more participation. But I would just hate for that to be like a scenario in the future. But I do support the amendment in like all of its entirety.
Hearst and Yalman-Chile.
I think this is a good idea. Having ability for them to figure it out on their own without Senate saying, hey, no more of you, because that just makes sense. Also, to Yalman-Chile's possible amendment, yeah, I see it. I'm confused as to why we're trying to have all 4 members get a message or 4 leaders get a message. I understand we're trying to like make it so that everyone's involved, but the student body president makes messages on behalf of other members all the time. I'm just confused why we're trying to have all 4.
Would you like to respond? Or?
Oh, I was waiting for you to call on me.
Oh, go ahead. Yeah.
Thank you. As Allison previously stated, I do think it's a good idea to, to formally dissolve a caucus, send a message notifying so to all 4 branch heads. I don't think that's complicated. All that takes is an email sent to 4 people at once, 1 email. I think it's pretty straightforward. So I'm going to once again ask if it can be seen as a friendly.
Oh, yes.
Smilla?
To kind of just add on to what Chair Yalman-Chile was saying, I do think sending it to all of them is a good idea, just because it's not necessarily saying like, hey, can you make this an announcement to Senate? It's more saying like, hey, you all are able to join this caucus, but just so you know, this caucus no longer wants to exist. It's not necessarily saying like, hey, we're doing this. It's more like a notice, like, hey, this is happening, just so you know.
All right. Are we in it? First?
May I retain?
You may.
I think we're on agreement on the idea of it, so I'm going to vote.
There's been a motion to vote on the amendment introduced by Ile Pullman along with its friendlies. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we are now there. With a vote count of 26 to 2-0, it passes. We are still in debate on the special act. Pullman?
Yeah, I just wanted to say I appreciate all the debate and input on the amendments. Again, this is all stemming from a conversation that I had with exec leadership, President Greenaway and AG Moore, in attempts to find some common ground. A lot of the concerns that everyone brought up are concerns that I had as well of this is what the legislative body does, this is what exec does, and this is what judicial does. So I'm really glad we had those conversations, aired everything out, because I do fully understand where everyone was coming from. And I think we know where this stands if it were to get passed. But I think as a body, we're prepared for that as well.
Temple?
Question to Chair Smilla.
You may.
Were you moving to vote or does that debate? I'll let Chair Smilla speak.
Okay.
It's not debate, it's actually a question for Allison. In regards to sponsored by, I know that a lot of the amendments that were in the legislation were amendments that AG Moore wanted. Does she still sponsor this, even though we denied them?
Yeah, I didn't know how to really deal with that. I guess we could take her name off because she did sponsor them with the amendments. So I guess that could be a Brody thing. We could take her name off.
Yeah, I mean, up to you.
Okay. Because I know she sponsored them with the amendments and now that they're gone.
Temple?
I was gonna move to see Brody's amendments unless those are deemed to be technicals.
Yeah, if y'all are okay, I just formatting wise, I felt like it made more sense and was more formal
that
I'll
way.
just see it as a technical. Yeah. Hers.
Question and then a motion. Do we have to see? Oh, we already took her name out of it. We're just not worried about taking that as like a motion.
Yeah, I just saw it as.
Okay, so move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote on Special Act 5501. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now there. With the vote count 24-0 to 3, the special act passes on third reading, but you may see it again. So just letting you know. I'm a human being and I need to use the bathroom. So I'm going to do a recess of 3 minutes. I hereby recess this body at 9:44 to return at 9:47 p.m. Go get a brain break too. We've been on that for a minute. To be fair, I gave us all extra, like over 5 minutes. So. Okay. Now that we have gone over the hill, we are now on notice of legislation on second reading. I'll keep the 555 unless someone wants to make a motion. Bills, Internal Bill 5519, updates to Title 8, the ANSF Budget Committee, introduced by Pro Tempore DeMarlo, which will be introduced by ANSF Chair McClellan. McClellan, you have 5 minutes when you're ready.
Hello again, Senate. So essentially what this bill is doing is codifying a lot of things that need to be changed just for future committees and things that we think will be quality of life. So for example, we mention in a bunch of places our non-reoccurring expenses budget now, and we differentiate that from our reoccurring parentheses operational, colloquially used term, budget. So that we also are removing the president-elect from the budget committee because the budget committee now doesn't overlap with the elections and the president-elect. So no need for that anymore. That was from when the elections were separate between Senate and presidential. We also are going to start earlier start time. So sometime in September, or is it? Yeah. And then also budget packets are going to be sent out with at least a month before we would need them for the budget hearings, giving us more time to work just in general, and then work with our budget packets in general as well, and work with them with the entities. So a lot of stuff there. So I will now yield to questions.
All right, we are now in for questioning. Are there any questions? Seeing none, is there a motion to move to debate? We are now in debate. Are there any senators wishing to speak in debate? Herson, Yalman-Chile.
This is a good idea. Giving the budget committee more time to figure stuff out, I think is a good thing. Just because they need time to figure out numbers, because numbers are not always easy. I did not do well in math, so I know that. So I think this is good. We should vote for it.
Are there any other senators? Yalman-Chile, then Temple.
Yeah, I think this is a pretty sensible piece of legislation, and I'll be supporting it, and I encourage you all to do the same. That's all I have to say.
Temple?
Caught me up with a Sour Patch Kid in my mouth. Sorry.
Are you okay?
Anyway, yes. So as a member of the budget, as a member of this prior budget committee session, it makes sense to have all of these codified, as well as to move up the timelines a little bit, just to make the committee's job a little bit easier. Never is going to be easy. I will concur with Senator Hurst on one of the few things we can concur with. Math is hard, and I say that knowing I am a full-on economics major. Anywho, enough about my waffling on this. Let's see on this thing over. May I retain?
You may.
Move to vote on Internal Bill 5519.
There's been a motion to vote on Internal Bill 5519. 59 is a lot of years from now. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now there. With a vote count 28-0, congratulations, it passes. And Ryan, you can now go home.
Thank you very much.
Poor guy, it's all y'all's fault. Next up, Internal Bill 5520, updates to title. Oh, what happened, Lazo?
I have a crazy motion to make if all the senators involved are okay with it, but can we possibly see 5520, 5523, and 5528 as a block, seeing as how they all relate to Title VI and election issues? If you guys are okay with it.
Listen, nothing's crazy in this chamber. We passed 20 resolutions in one day, okay?
That's the...
Are they all related to the same title? Title, which title?
They're all Title VI.
They are all Title VI, and that's your motion, correct?
Yes.
Okay. including, okay. So there's been a motion to see internal bill 55, 20, 23, 24, 28, and 29 as a block. Is it those
Yes.
ones? Okay. On second reading, are there any objections? Seeing none, we are now there. Who wants to introduce it?
That's all.
All the blocks.
You would rather just make me do it, it's just easier instead of, because I know what you're thinking. Or would you want to introduce it? Okay. And then I'll just do it because it went through all of us today. Cherry almond chilies for internal bill 5520. Sorry, just make sure it's open. It's regarding the name change. This is something that we did back in Lax's bill. This is something that Supervisor Myers and Cherry almond chili talked about. It's something we tried to do before, but it was just caught up in a bill that got vetoed. So this is just doing it separately. It passed 4-0 in the meeting today. You can read a little bit more about it. It's just so it's about name change regarding on the ballot. If you have any questions, again, you can ask almond chili. Again, for 23, it would be it's a carryover from the duties of a supervisor of elections. They're just the A will share the same thing. They shall not actively identify with any candidate or campaign. It was in the supervisor of elections, but not an assistant. Chair Hurst's internal bill would just be adding it also into assistant supervisor of elections. Chair Hurst again would be 5524. This is something that Brody had brought up to us, is that the new Senate session it's actually, so it says in 613.1, it says the final Senate meeting of a Senate session shall be the Senate meeting, and it's crossed out one academic week following the completion of the scheduled Senate runoff election period. And the new one, 613.2, the new Senate session will begin the week after the completion of the previous session. To clarify, this would be for the 56. This wouldn't affect us at all if you read the whereas clause in there. Then technically mine in a sense, we're changing the definition and we're taking out school day and then adding an academic day into Title VI. So that's why we had to mention that. And then mine again for 5528, it would be a collection of things. Basically, it was it's reformatting like the main campus one. So 601.4G. I just reformatted it after speaking with Supervisor Myers because of how many people sit on the commission. It was about changing the informational sessions at least 5 to at least 10. We changed it, instead of saying candidate forum, it says candidate exposition, or expo for short. Chapter 603.2 B1 would be crossed out. There are no petitions at this moment for Senate candidates. 604.6 H is basically saying no candidate ticket may establish a voting station by computer or otherwise in an establishment licensed to dispense alcoholic beverages. It's just clarifying, just straightforward, nothing else was added on like another area that was just like we didn't think was necessary. 606.3A was something that was also in the Lax bill, 5513, that got caught. So it's another thing that we just brought over here, one that dealt with is from Supervisor Myers. And then 606.4 A, it was basically, there was only a thing saying coercion to when you're voting on the ballot, not just in general. So this basically implies to like campaigning, putting your name on the ballot and also voting. Just saying coercion in general is a tier 4 violation. And then the last one, 5529, let me open it. Basically, you don't pick up your candidate application packet in person. That was crossed out. We don't do petition signatures, so it's also crossed out. And that is it. So I yield the rest of my time to questioning.
We are now in line for questions. Are there any questions on the block of internal bills? Samilo?
Move to debate.
There's been a motion to, there's been an objection to withdraw.
Sure.
Go ahead.
Just to clarify, which ones are in the block? Because I don't think it was all of them.
Anything Title VI.
That everything?
So all the ones that basically.
I thought you just said 3. That's what I was asking.
I have on my list right now, I have 20, 23, 24, and then 28.
29?
Is that?
Yeah, basically
yeah.
all the ones that said updates to Title VI. That is
blind,
what's in the
guys, sorry.
block.
All right. Samilo, do you want to remake that motion?
Yes, move to debate.
There's been a motion to move to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we are now there. Samilo?
May I retain?
You may not.
Then I yield.
Go ahead, Yaman Chili.
Move to see my amendment on internal bill 5520.
There's been a motion to see Chair Yaman Chili's amendment on which one? On 5520 as a block. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now there. Is there a motion for 5-minute questioning, 5-minute speeches, 5-minute debate? Okay, we're now there. Yaman Chili, go ahead.
So this is essentially a fix from existing statute. I discussed this with Supervisor Myers. And so essentially saying that applying for candidacy is more accurate than saying placing such on the ballot, because candidates themselves don't put their names on the ballot. The Election Commission does that. So just making it more accurate. That's it. That's all.
Do you yield? I mean, yeah.
Yield back.
All right, we are now in line for questioning. Are there any questions? Samilo?
Move to debate.
There's been a motion to move to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. Samilo?
May I retain?
You may. Oh, yeah, you may.
It seems like it was in concurrence with the current chair, election supervisor. And it just seems like a technical with that move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote on the block of internal bills relating to titles, the amendment, my bad. The amendment introduced by Chair Yaman Chili. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now there. Thank you. With a vote count of 26 to 0 to 1, the amendment passes. We are still in debate on the block of internal bills. Temple?
May I retain?
You may not. Acosta. Okay, you may.
All right. Bills look good, but it's 10 o'clock. Move to vote on the block of legislation.
I'm sorry. There's been a motion to vote on the block of legislation. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we are now there.
Sorry, I didn't hear it. I didn't hear it on your phone.
It's the amendment, so it actually shows up correctly.
Really?
Reading it and replacing it doesn't work with a bill like this.
With a vote count 26 to 0, the block of internal bills pass. We are still in second reading, and the last things we have are anything relating. We have updates to all titles, and we also have relating to Title III. So we'll move on to internal bills. And 7, where's that? 21. Okay, thank you. So we'll move on to internal bill 5520, updates to Title VI, introduced by Chair Yaman Chili. Oh my gosh, I'm sorry. Internal bill 5521, updates to Title VII, introduced by Vice Chair Hurst. You have 5 minutes when you're ready.
Okay, so for this one, it kind of involves when there is an impeachment hearing and an impeachment inquiry. So when there is an affidavit that is given to the LGR committee, the people that are named in the affidavit, if they are the one that has served the affidavit and they sit on the LGR committee, or if they are the one that wrote it and they serve on LJR, they are asked to relinquish their voting and debating rights as a member of the LGR committee for the affidavit. However, in current statute, if someone is named in the affidavit, the LGR committee has the ability to remove them entirely from the committee during the time of the affidavit being in motion for all of their committee activities. So that includes the affidavit, also including bills or absence requests if the committee chooses to do so. I think that's wrong. So this bill would basically be saying that instead of being possible removal, the member that would be referencing the affidavit would also have the exact same thing happen with relinquishing their voting debating rights during LGR committee for the affidavit. And as same thing with the members that are either given or are the ones that give the affidavit, they would also be able to retain their voting debating rights during Senate as they do now. It's just making everything the same for those that are mentioned in the affidavit versus those that are given it or the ones that wrote it. And with that, I yield to questioning.
We're now in line for questioning. Are there any questions regarding Internal Bill 5521? Costa?
So I tried doing a quick Google search on this and I still don't know what it means. What's an affidavit?
So affidavit. So what it is basically is I saw this thing happen and these people were involved and I think that this is wrong and I want them impeached. It's basically an impeachment letter.
Are there any other questions? Is there a motion to vote? I meant to debate. Yes, we're not voting. My bad. Huh? I need more than coffee. Is there a motion to move to debate? We are now there. Anyone wishing? Yam and Chili?
So I think it's perfectly fair to say that just because someone is mentioned in an impeachment affidavit, whether as a witness or as the accused or as the accomplice, they should still be able to partake in the functions of the LJR committee as long as those functions do not relate to the impeachment affidavit itself. It does make sense that those involved in the impeachment should have to recuse themselves from the proceedings, but allowing the committee to essentially kick out a member just for being mentioned as potentially a witness, as current statutes say, is pretty far-reaching, and I think that this bill makes it much more reasonable. So I'm highly in favor, and I encourage you all to vote in favor as well.
All right. Anyone else? Trainer?
May I retain?
You may.
Yeah, so I was actually the one abstention vote on this. And to be honest, I just wasn't sure where to stand on it. But after hearing it, I think that this is fantastic. I agree with sentiments of Yam and Chili. And with that, move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote on Internal Bill 5521. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we are now there. With a vote count of 25 to 0 to 2, the internal bill passes on second reading. Would it be favorable for you, Vice Chair Hurst, to see 22 and 27 as a block? Sure. Okay. Is there a motion to see Internal Bill 5522 and 27 as a block? All right. We are now there. Vice Chair Hurst, you have 5 minutes when you're ready.
Give me a sec. I got to put these together so I know what I'm talking about. I've written a lot of stuff in the past couple of weeks.
That's fair.
Okay. So for 22, there's 3 different things in this. None of them are together. So it's just all part of Title III. So the first one is in 304.6, Section A, subsection C. So right now, it doesn't say why there's a new sergeant at arms being appointed. So it's after removal. It's just clarifying. It's really just semantics. For 306.1G, supermajority is something we have taken out of statutes in a lot of places. And with the rest of the statute, it's references 2/3 majority votes. It's just making consistency. And then 309.2, again, consistency of saying maximum of 2 standing Senate committees. This does not include, what's the word for it? When you're representative of a committee. So LGR representatives and OR representatives are not kind of touched by this. It doesn't really affect them. This is just saying, yeah, you can only have a maximum of 2. It is set in Senate rules. It's not set in statutes. So it's just consistency. For 27, this is a little bit more difficult. So this is for presidential appointments to any student government position. This is more so that the ENA committee has a ability to see these people in a timely fashion, as there has been issues in the past of that. So all this is asking is that all the president's appointments are reached out to in the order they are appointed to by the ENA chair within 5 academic days. So if they get appointed on a Thursday, they have until the next Thursday to be reached out to, unless there's a what's it called? A vacation day for students, then it gets moved off by a day. With that, I yield to questioning.
We're now in line for questioning. Are there any questions? Is there a motion to move to debate? We're now in debate. Are there any senators wishing to speak in debate? Samilo?
May I retain?
You may.
It just seems like some technicals and some things that we ran into before that we just want to kind of resolve. With that, move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote on the block of internal bills, which includes 55, 22, and 27. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now there. With a vote count of 27 to 0, the block of internal bill passes. Would it be favorable to see updates to all titles? No. Internal bill 5525, updates to all titles, introduced by Chair DeCara. Chair DeCara, you have 5 minutes when you're ready.
Yeah, this is basically just followed up because we kept like writing bills that are basically like just singularly just changing school day to academic day throughout sections. And I was just like, okay, can we just like an all titles one? So yeah, basically you see like the chapter 600.1a. It's just changing out the school, removing school day and then adding academic day. As you see, like they have like similar definitions, but like academic day has like excluding the final examination period, and is also like it follows the UCF academic calendar and like the university registrar's office. So it's like very specific. But then the therefore be enacted, you will see that it says basically throughout all statutes, basically school day will then be replaced with academic day. So this was just because a lot of us, are students, and this is basically functions when the school is open. So it just made sense to do it where it's based off of the school, which were thus in the definition of academic day, we're just following when we're here in class. I yield the rest of my time to questioning.
All right, we're now in line for questioning. Are there any questions for Chair DeCara? Is there a motion move to debate? All right, we're now there. Acosta?
May I retain?
You may.
Okay. So this seems like a really good thing. Extra clarification is always good. Can't have too much of it. Yeah, move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote on internal bill 5525. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now there. With a vote count of 26 to 0, the internal bill passes. We are now internal bill 5526. Vice Chair Hurst, you have 5 minutes when you're ready.
Okay, this is the last bill you're going to see from me ever, so I'm going to take a second to actually explain it. So, as we know, Netta is leaving us, and she is a Senate graduate assistant, and that position is getting dissolved. However, Senate graduate position, that name shows up in all kinds of places and statutes. I couldn't even count them all. There were just too many. And that's not even looking in Title 8 because I didn't want to do that because that's math. So this would make it so that anything underneath Brody's office or Shane's office would have the title of student government advisor or designee. That allows for anyone like Maddie or someone like Netta in those positions, or if there are new positions created, to still be under that and still covered without having to change statutes constantly. So it's just something that streamlines everything. With that, I yield to questioning.
We're now in line for questioning. Are there any questions? Samilo?
Move to debate.
There's been a motion to move to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we are now there. Temple?
May I retain?
You may.
Barring the two commas that have now been turned to semicolons, this bill looks good. Move to vote.
All right. We are now in line to vote for internal bill 5526. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we are now there. With a vote count of 27 to 0, internal bill 5526 passes on second reading. Resolutions. Resolution 5527, resolution advocating, it should be for the University of Central Florida to stand in support of the Central Florida Pledge for Inclusivity and Safety, introduced by Chair Patel. Chair Patel, you have 5 minutes when you're ready.
So last semester, around the time that Resolution 5507 was PPI'd, Both UCF Hillel and the Palestinian Student Association have let me know that there are some bigger leaders in Central Florida that are coming together to create a pledge or statement in light of the conflict in the Middle East. And when the pledge was done, Hillel and PSA proposed the idea of a resolution in support of it and urging UCF to promote and follow that pledge. I thought this is a good idea. So once the pledge was completed, Daniel Caprow came to me to write this resolution. Importantly, I made sure that PSA and Hillel were on board this time, which is the case, as you can see from the sponsor list. Everything is written as neutral as possible, and you will see a copy of the pledge in the resolution. I think something like this is important to prevent hate across campus as it relates to the Israel-Palestine conflict and help students feel safer on campus. If need be, I am willing to follow up with the necessary UCF administration to see this resolution be followed if it's passed. I know Resolution 5507 stirred a lot of controversy, so hopefully this will be a controversy-free conclusion to that.
All right, we are now in line for questioning. Any questions? Hurst?
Can we have reading time?
Is there a motion for a 2-minute reading time?
So moved.
All right. Also, they changed the Diversity and Inclusion Equity Office to Access and Community Engagement. So you have to change that in the send list. And I'll just see that as a technical. All right, reading time has elapsed, so you're now in line for questioning. Hurst?
Seeing none, move to debate.
There's been a motion moved to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we are now in debate. Yaman Chili?
So I wholeheartedly support this bill. Ever since the war in Palestine and Israel has begun, students not only at UCF but across the country have been experiencing increasing levels of hate. There's more Islamophobia. There's more anti-Semitism. We have seen them on our own campus. They are disgusting. They have no place in our community, and people have the right to be themselves and to practice their faiths without being judged upon, without being hated upon. That is what it means to be a secular, tolerant country that prioritizes unity in diversity. So I wholeheartedly agree with the sentiments in this pledge. I will be voting in favor of it very enthusiastically, and I encourage you all to do the same.
Hamid and then Temple.
A motion and debate, if I may.
I will not see a motion until
It's a motion to
Guzman's-
see my thing as a technical. That was
Okay,
it.
okay. Go ahead.
Motion to see my amendment as a technical. It's just adding 4 to the title.
Okay. I'll
Thank
see
you.
it. Go ahead.
Wait, I had debate.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay,
You didn't speak, so
I'm sorry. I didn't want to interrupt you. I didn't know if you're gonna say anything. I'm sorry. Any, anyway, I also wholeheartedly agree with this resolution. I think it's really well written. I think that it comes from a place of wanting to make sure that we as a community are united against all forms of hate against people in our community. I feel as though we should be supporting all members in our community, no matter what their background is. And I think that we should stand in support of this pledge. So I encourage you all to vote in favor as well.
Temple.
Mayor Retain.
Not until Guzman's office is changed,
Right.
is updated to the correct name.
Got it. So may I continue my debate then? So as with the two prior speakers, I will also be voting in support of this legislation as well. Having sat in on those discussions during the fall semester with Resolution 5507, as well as keeping track with the news that is ongoing in the Middle East, this situation is not a very easy one to really discuss. And I really do commend the authors of the legislation and the authors of the pledge for getting this language extremely well. And effectively being able to phrase it in a way that hits to everybody, because this is something that affects all of us. It doesn't just affect these communities listed in the legislation. It affects all of us because we all have friends in each of these communities. And it's incumbent upon us as well to take stands for those that we cherish and those values that we abide by. And to see the sort of behaviors that have led once again to anti-Semitism, to Islamophobia, to all sorts of discrimination because of the ongoing conflict, that's not who we are supposed to be. We as students, we as American citizens should not have to keep doing this generation after generation. It has to come to a stop at some point. And I plea with, not necessarily plea, wrong term, but I will be voting for this, but I also expect us all to abide by these tenets of the pledge. And I really do mean follow everything, the last 4 lines of this pledge here that says, I will. I hope we all follow each and every one of these, and that we help curb the sorts of hatred within our communities. Because if we don't act upon that, who will?
Hurst.
Move to see my amendment.
I'll see it as a technical.
Okay, and then I have a motion.
What's yours? Well,
I'm
she
already
said
here.
it first, so go ahead.
Move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote on Resolution 5527. Are there any objections? Seeing none, you may vote. Well, the vote count of 27 to 0 to 1, it passes on second reading. Moving on, we have Resolution 5528, resolution to create an ad hoc caucus for the Arab community. Is it Arab? Or Arab community, thank you. Arab community, stop it, I'm trying to get educated. So it's Arab community, introduced by D. Morissette. D. you have 5 minutes when you're ready.
Okay, as most of you guys know, the Senate Leadership Council this session was tasked with creating legislation before the end of their whole group. And one of the pieces of legislation that was produced was this resolution that was produced by my mentee, Halima Al-Quda. She saw a gap in representation here on the UCF campus for the Arab community. And she did her due diligence. She searched up all the RSOs that aligned with the Arab community. She spoke with them. She had Zoom meetings. She was on top of it since the beginning of the fall semester, before this project was really even introduced for real. But I've seen how much effort she's put into it. I've seen the initiatives that she's planned. I've seen her meet up with the Multi-Student Cultural Center, the directors of the center, as well as just all these RSOs that you see on the resolution. She's met with caucus chairs, committee chairs. She has made sure that this resolution would have a place here in this body, but also a place here on this campus. She has RSOs that would love to serve as ex officio seats. But I will go ahead and yield to her on motion for that as well, so you guys can learn more about the resolution. So I want to give her time to speak on that. But I have seen the effort she's put into that. But with that, motion for a non-senator to speak.
There's been a motion for a non-senator to speak, that being Elsilsir Halima. All right, go ahead.
Thank you so much, Danny. So I'm just going to go ahead and go do a deep dive on the bill. So as you all know, there are currently 7 caucuses, only 3 of which represent ethnic groups. Being the second largest campus in the nation, UCF also has a very diverse student body. And because individuals of Arab descent are classified as white on the U.S. Census, I could not find any accurate or reflective data which indicates the precise number of UCF students who identify as such. However, there are over a dozen active Arab RSOs which accentuate just how large the community is. In my drafting of this legislation, as Danny mentioned, I reached out to all of these RSOs, and those that I heard back from all agreed to being a sponsor on this resolution, as you can see therein. Perhaps the biggest concerns all of these RSOs shared was that they felt underrepresented and unheard. In particular, many were concerned and disappointed that there is no Arab representation present through any SG entity, and that instead RSOs have had to rely solely on the UCF Multicultural Center. If passed, this caucus could host a variety of cultural events such as art exhibitions showcasing Arab artists, film screenings of Arab cinema, and poetry readings featuring Arab poets. Additionally, panel discussions on topics like Arab representation in media, immigration policies, and social justice issues. Furthermore, this caucus could collaborate with local organizations such as the Arab American Community Center of Florida to hold community service projects like volunteering or organizing fundraisers for charitable causes. Many of these activities and events can take place during the month of April especially, which is Arab American Heritage Month. Overall, creating an Arab caucus would not only be a great way to better reflect the diversity of our campus while also expanding the inclusivity of the caucuses, but it would amplify Arab voices and representation. And with that, I yield the rest of my time to questioning.
We're now in line for questioning. Are there any questions? Richmond, then Hurst. Hurst? Okay.
Seeing no questions, move to debate. Never mind.
Okay, go ahead. Dakira?
I just had it's just regarding that most caucuses have ex officio seats. Have you, if the possibility being created, have you reached out and been like, hey, if it's just sponsored it, would you like to be an ex officio member?
Yes, so I have had at least one caucus express interest specifically in the permanent ex officio position. So I definitely have interest and could expand because I've built connections with these RSOs and I've updated them on everything throughout the process. So definitely, when the opportunity presents itself, if this caucus is passed, I definitely have a lot of people who might be interested in the other 2 positions as well.
All right. Hurst?
Move to debate.
There's been a motion to move to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now there. Hurst, Dakira, Hamid.
So I love this. Halima and I have actually talked about this a bit, and we discussed this, oh gosh, how many months ago now? A while ago. So I am so proud of you for getting this done. I am so happy that you were able to get this how you wanted it and passed through LJR today. That was great. I would be in favor of this 7 points to Sunday. So that's great. I think this is great. You should vote for it.
Dakira?
I'll be voting in favor. It's really a well-written resolution, identifying issues. When you want to create an ad hoc, you have to identify what the ad hoc will do. And there's a clear underrepresentation and other issues that I've heard along the way when this was being created that I feel that the ad hoc will do a great job of dealing with and working with other RSOs, MSC, and, just other student government entities. So, yeah.
Who did I say? Did I say anyone next? I said Hamid.
So I also love this. It is so well written, especially for someone who's never written legislation before. I said the same thing in LJR. This is clearly identifying a lack of representation that we currently have in Senate. We as senators should be representing our population of UCF as properly as possible. And I really think that this will allow an underrepresented group to be finally represented in our body. I think that, put respect on her title, Senator-elect Al-Quda will has amazing ideas for events. I remember she was really dedicated with this because she emailed like my SBA email, like my normal email. I think she emailed like my Knights email. She got me like, and I think that like whenever I would ask her a question, like when I talked about this with her, like I think a month ago, like she immediately had an answer for me. Like there was no hesitation. She has this like thought out so well that I can see this caucus being supported fully by the student body and also by future senators. So I will be voting in favor, and I hope you guys do the same.
Since there's 3 in affirmation, are there any negation? Oh, amendment. D-Leg?
Motion to see my amendment.
There's been a motion to see D-Leg Morset's amendment as a block. Are there any objections? Seeing none, is there a motion for 1 minute speeches, 1 minute questioning, 1 minute debate? All right, go ahead.
Yeah, I guess I wasn't paying attention to LGR because I don't know when this was added. But I don't see it as necessary. I also feel like the definition of success in this be it for the resolve clause is kind of just like you can't measure the needs of success with that. So I just took it out because I don't feel like it really adds too much to the legislation. And I just added the and of the grammar for it. With that, I get to questioning.
All right, we are now in line for question. Are there any questions? If not, is there a motion to move on to debate? All right, we are now there. Anyone wishing to speak in debate? Richmond?
Yeah, I agree. This is good. May I retain?
You may.
Okay, good. Also, Halima slid the House Boots down. Move the vote.
There's been a motion to vote on the amendment introduced by D-Leg Morset. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now there. With a vote count of 26-0-1, the amendment passes. We're still in debate on the actual resolution. Temple and then Hurst.
Move to vote on Resolution 5528.
There's been a motion to vote on Resolution 5528. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now there. With a vote count of 25-0-1, congratulations. Temple?
Just to put it on your radar, Proclamation 5528 needs to be added to the agenda and remanded to SBA.
Okay. Give me a second. 28.
Yes, Proclamation
Okay.
5528.
Is there a motion to return to internal legislation, notice of legislation on first reading? Well, first do we need to add it to the agenda, Brody, or is it just like a technical thing? We need to add it. Is there, okay, Temple.
Move to return to the approval of the agenda.
There's been a motion to return to the approval of the agenda. Temple.
Yeah, sorry.
Are there any objections? Seeing none, Temple.
Move to place Proclamation 5528 under internal legislation, notice of legislation, first reading.
There's been a motion to implement Proclamation 5528 into internal legislation, notice of legislation on first reading. Are there any objections? Seeing none, Temple.
Move to reapprove the agenda.
There's been a motion to reapprove the agenda. Are there any objections? Seeing none, Temple.
Move to return to internal legislation, notice of legislation on first reading.
There's been a motion to return to internal legislation, notice of legislation on first reading. Are there any objections? Seeing none. Proclamations, Proclamation 5528, proclamation to recognize the week of March 25th through 29th as UCF Spring Hunger and Homeless Awareness Week, introduced by Vice Chair Vasquez, is hereby remanded to SBA. Is there a motion to return to notice of legislation on second reading? All right. Resolution 5530, resolution urging the University of Central Florida to pledge to break free from plastic, introduced by Vice Chair Trainer. You have 5 minutes when you're ready.
Awesome. Thank you, Madam Speaker. First and foremost, I want to thank you all for taking the time to listen to this. Your support could mean history for the university. I speak before you today inspired by the incredible work of my friends at the Earth Day Coalition and the Post Landfill Action Network, two organizations I've been working with closely since January. The pledge requirements outlined in this resolution are directly drawn from the campaign led by the Post Landfill Network, and I have been working closely with their Director of Plastics and their campaign manager to bring this resolution to you today. At the heart of this resolution lies the creation of a plastic-free, zero-waste task force. This force, composed of students, faculty, and administrators, will work collaboratively to develop a roadmap towards a plastic-free campus. Our university has already pledged to becoming 100% sustainable across all divisions of campus. This resolution seeks to bring that plan to fruition. Now, at the heart of it, there are 4 steps, the first of which is to set goal dates and deadlines for the remaining steps. The second will be to advocate for the immediate elimination of all non-essential, non-compostable, single-use disposable plastics with readily available alternatives. They will identify items that are harder to eliminate due to a lack of available alternatives and will still supply them if needed. The third step shall be to advocate for the establishment of a procurement and/or purchasing policy that provides the framework for the long-term elimination of all non-essential single-use disposable plastics, both provided by UCF itself and contracted food vendors like Aramark. This policy will focus on switching all of these items to reusables or compostables that don't contain PFAS. The fourth and final step shall be to advocate for the implementation of campus-wide systems that will continue to facilitate the collection and management of these non-disposables. I want to note that universities across the nation, from the University of California to Emory University, have already committed to similar initiatives from the Post Landfill Action Network. By passing this resolution, we have the opportunity to make history as the first university in Florida to implement such a plan. I want to note that this resolution will not directly solve the issue. Rather, it gives our student government and the university a plan to follow in order to uphold its promises. Furthermore, I want to emphasize that this task force will hopefully work hand in hand with the Sustainability Ad Hoc Caucus, a resolution which we will see next. My hope for the caucus and the task force is for them both to work together collaboratively and to hold each other accountable. Because of my short time here left at the university, I will unfortunately not be able to coordinate this. That's why, in conjunction to the passage of Resolution 5531, the next generation of our student government will have the 56th session to address these goals. Additionally, I ask if you see any new potential for new clauses or new contacts, please feel free to add them in. It's good to be unified in this. Lastly, I want to mention that this resolution will also be in conjunction to a series of Earth Day events I'm currently planning with Representative Victoria Schinker of the Campus Vote Project. We're currently aiming for an Earth Day cleanup on April 13th, and we're planning a separate event, probably a week or two later, to showcase the collected trash with guest speakers. This event will have RSOs and opportunities for students to sign for a global treaty to end plastics, and one potential speaker that I've been in contact with for this event is Representative Anna Escamani. I want to note that these dates are tentative, and I actually have a meeting tomorrow with Victoria and the Earth Day Coalition to make sure that this is coordinated properly. Senate, this is our chance to make history towards a new UCF. I urge you to support this resolution and join me in taking a bold step towards a more sustainable future for our university and our planet. Thank you, and I yield to questioning.
All right, we're now in line for questioning. Are there any questions? Vice Chair Hurst?
Have you been in contact with Coordinator Burge on any possible events that will happen you can coordinate with her and like kind of collaborate with?
Thank you for that question. I've actually been trying to reach out to her for about a month. We've requested a meeting to speak with her, and she did not respond, so I've had no contact. We did invite her to attend the meeting tomorrow, and we still have not received contact. I'd love to talk to her, but I haven't gotten in touch.
Temple?
2 questions, if I may.
You may.
Good evening, Vice Chair Trainer. My first question is, do you intend on at all taking this initiative up to the state legislature at any point?
To be honest, I hadn't thought about it, but I think it's a great idea. And I'd love for some assistance in doing that if that's something we want to do.
Point of information, Madam Speaker. There have been pieces of legislation introduced at the state level that has actually sought to ban single-use plastics. We've seen them countless times and actually almost put them onto the advocacy agenda every so often, but unfortunately, priorities. So my second question would then be, would this at all result in a possible legislative lobbying initiative moving forward? And would you be at all open to spearheading that operation?
It certainly could. I'd love to see it, especially with the passing of the Sustainability Ad Hoc Caucus, which I'll talk about more. I unfortunately, like I said, I will not be here at the university, but I would love to do that. I really would.
Yamanchili?
So when it comes to this initiative and this might be a little related to the next piece of legislation, whoever are the members of the Sustainability Ad Hoc Caucus or its chair, I know you're graduating soon. Would you be willing to mentor these people and give them some guidance so that they're not, all just left alone?
Yeah, thank you for that. I was going to mention this in my speech for the next resolution, but I will be creating a transition binder should the Sustainability Ad Hoc Caucus be made. This will include all of the goals and initiatives that I brought forth in both of these resolutions, as well as my contact information. I also want to mention that with that caucus, I would like to get representative seats from RSOs, which will involve emailing and such. But anyways, those are just a few of my ideas, and I definitely want to help the 56th session, even though I won't be here.
Temple?
Additional 2 more questions, if I may. These can be answered very succinctly, Vice Chair. How long do you expect this initiative to take place should it pass?
That's a great question. I would say it kind of depends on the implementation of the first step, which that will be decided between students, faculty, and administrators. Kind of the game plan I see is we're going to have a meeting. We're going to try and get together any relevant faculty, administrators, honestly, people that were mentioned in the resolution. They'll probably be invited to this. I want student government, students at large, faculty and administrators to sit down and collaborate and maybe even compromise on specific dates. So, I mean, it could be done this year. It might be done in a few years, but at least having the task force and to make sure that we can hold them accountable to dates, that's going to be the biggest step.
Second question.
You may.
So with that, then, how exactly will the task force advocate for the immediate elimination of all non-essential, non-compostable SUDPs? I'm just going to do that as a shorthand, specifically in the second step. How will that second step be implemented? Will there be some sort of research component, or how exactly is that advocacy going to be made?
Yeah, so one task that they're going to have to do is to identify every product that we are using currently at UCF that might need to get changed, or things that already have been changed. And then after that, we'll be able to work with administrators to find out how we can make a healthy compromise or to, satisfy those demands. But like I said, we can't really decide until we get everyone in the room, but that's just kind of what we want to do.
Temple?
One more question. Sorry. I may have missed out on this one because ironically, sure, but okay, never mind. My answer has been answered. My question has been answered by warehouse clause. Never mind.
All right. Hurst?
Move to debate.
There's been a motion to move to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we are now there. Yamanchili, Blanco, and then Temple.
Move to see my amendment.
There's been a motion to see Chair Yamanchili's amendment as a block. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we are now there. Is there a motion for 1 minute speeches, 1 minute questioning, 1 minute debate? Yamanchili, you got a minute.
So I just included this whereas clause because in the first, therefore be it resolved, it does say that the Sustainability Ad Hoc Caucus is going to be instrumental in achieving the objectives outlined in this bill. So it was my understanding that Resolution 5530 and 5531 go together, which is why I said that this resolution will be enacted concurrently with the enactment of Resolution 5531. It just sounds like a sensible thing to do.
Blanco.
Okay, so I'm gonna keep this short. Basically, first I wanted to commend Senator Traynor for your due diligence. I think it's apparent in your work. And in addition to this, I think that you're helping set a strong foundation for the school. I mean, this is already one of their goals, and I think that this is definitely going to help them actually move forward.
Temple.
Are we in questioning on the amendment at the moment?
Yeah.
All
Wait. Yes, my apologies. Oh my gosh, I'm thinking we're still in debate. I apologize. I apologize. Temple, yeah.
Seeing no further hands. Oh, never mind.
Hurst.
So my question actually is either to Yalman or Trainer, or else can answer it. With this whereas clause, if 31 doesn't pass, would this then make 30 null? Because then they're like connected at that point.
The answer is no, because I said that it will be enacted concurrently. I didn't say that it would be pending the enactment of another piece of legislation. So it just says all this whereas clause signifies is that the both pieces of legislation go hand in hand. It doesn't signify that the failure of one makes the other null. That's not the case.
Any other questions? If not, I'll do a motion. Temple.
Move to debate.
There's been a motion moved to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. Consider Blancos as debate. Hurst and Temple.
I don't think we need this amendment. I think it's unnecessary. I think it is adding something that doesn't really need to be there. They're talking about the same exact like information. So if you read the bill, it kind of already says they're connected. I don't think we need this whereas clause. It just adds more words we don't need.
Temple.
I was just gonna have Jay Alman recognize this.
As a friendly?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recognize it? Yes. Okay. Any other senators wishing to speak in debate? Is there a motion? Oh, Yamanchili? There's been a motion to move to vote. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now there. With the vote count of 18 to 6 to 2. I think, let me divide it by 6. Okay. All right, it passes. Sorry, I'm trying to math and I can't math. That's why I'm a poli-sci major. Okay. We are still in debate of the resolution itself. Hurst and then Temple, or Temple then Hurst. Sorry, I chose you first last time.
I'll let ladies go first.
Okay. Respectable man.
I have debate in that emotion. So
Are you trying to retain?
Yes.
Are you gonna allow that?
Can I speak then first?
Okay, I'll
You
let
can go
him
first.
Go ahead, Temple.
All right. No, just so that she doesn't have to make another motion to vote on another thing. But nevertheless, I am in full support of this resolution because of the potential that it has. I absolutely love to see senators take up initiatives like this in order to progress our society forward. And this is not the first time that this has happened. Like back during the 54th and 53rd sessions, a former Senator Costas had pushed a recycling initiative that had actually gained significant fruition in off-campus housing. Commendaments to him, and I can see the same exact potential with Vice Chair Trainer's initiative here. And I especially love the focus of it being on a task force as well, which means that there's going to be so much more effort and due diligence into this. Not to say that Costas didn't have it, by no means, but I love to see this. This be more, there's more. I don't know how to phrase it, but it seems to be more momentum behind it, and I do. And when I did bring up those lobbying efforts, I really do mean it. I would love to work with you on that, given how little time I have as well. I would love to work with this group to provide any potential help in research or legislative methodologies to bolster this effort, because this could very well spark something that, as you said, can be historical. So I will be voting in support. I will not retain. I'll yield to Hurst.
Hurst?
May I retain?
You may.
Awesome. This is a great idea. Trainer, I'm sad that you won't be able to be actually part of this unless you come back for a master's, which I've told you otherwise on that one. We talked about this earlier. This is a great idea. I think this is a great difference of things. And then it's also not just UCF students and student government. It's going to be part of the entire student body. It's also going to have the opportunity to be part of this. It's not just student government related. So it'll have, like Chair Temple said, more momentum behind it. And with that, I move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote on Resolution 5530. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we are now there. With a vote count of 25 to 0 to 1, congratulations, Resolution 5530 passes on second reading. Resolution 5531, resolution to create an ad hoc caucus for sustainability, introduced by Vice Chair Trainer. You have 5 minutes when you're ready.
Awesome. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Senate. I really appreciate your vote on the last resolution. This resolution that we're going to be looking at today was also inspired by the Earth Day Coalition and the Post Landfill Action Network. They inspired me to come here today and bring these to you. In light of the ever-evolving needs of our student body and the urgency of our global climate crisis, I stand before you today to advocate for the creation of an ad hoc caucus for sustainability. The objectives of the Sustainability Caucus are to advocate for policies and initiatives that promote sustainability, reduce environmental impact, and address environmental justice issues on campus and beyond. At the conclusion of the 56th session, the student government will determine the success of the caucus and consider establishing it as a permanent standing caucus based on how it does. The success will be measured not only by the passing of the legislation we just saw, so that's great, but also the impact it has on our campus and the broader Orlando area. Initiatives such as Earth Day cleanups and sustainability events will serve as benchmarks for this progress, both for this session and the next. The goal of the caucus will be to ensure one of the goals, will be to ensure that the Zero Waste Task Force is implemented, as well as ensure that other sustainability events for 2025 are conducted accordingly. This caucus might introduce other goals or legislation next session, and they should consider that for the goals, but I unfortunately lack that foresight, so I can't mention it now. I want to reiterate my point from my last speech regarding the implementation of Earth Day events that I'm currently working on with the Campus Vote Project, the Earth Day Coalition, and the Post Landfill Action Network. I want to mention a great point brought up by Brody and LJR today. He noted that the passage of this caucus could change the way that we think about caucuses. Currently, all of our caucuses are identity-based, and one could argue that the Sustainability Caucus might not serve that, might not be identity-based. And I think that's a very, very fair point I want you all to think about. My perspective on this is that each student, faculty, and administrator comes from different socioeconomic backgrounds where some are more negatively affected by the environment. So by creating a caucus, we can alleviate these differences. Another point that was brought up in committee is that a sustainability caucus could be a subdivision of a committee like SBA. And I also think that's extremely fair. SBA does a great job, and I think that they could advocate for this. But my rebuttal would be that this would limit participation from outside of the Senate, and by having a caucus, we can allow other SG agents to join. Another thing that I thought about was the question of the Sustainability Caucus in relation to the Sustainability Coordinator and Exec. There were questions about whether this would influence their role. And from my perspective, as the bill is written, this caucus will not take away any power of the coordinator. Rather, I see it as a way for a community of students who care about this issue to not only help out, but also provide feedback to the coordinator. And due to new changes in the caucuses tonight, the coordinator could even join the committee, which I believe would enhance both the caucus and the coordinator. In fact, I actually encourage the body of this session and the next to determine whether the coordinator should be given more responsibility within this caucus. I didn't include it because it's a little bit too much. But anyways, I want you all to know that this caucus will be able to hit the ground running at the beginning of the 56th session. Like I already mentioned, I'm planning to create a transition binder, and I will be submitting it by the 28th of this month. It will include goals and plans for the caucus, as well as my contact information. And I do want to help out the caucus after I graduate. Besides all that, in closing, I encourage you all to support this resolution and join me in championing sustainability within our university. This is an issue that affects everyone on campus. Even though we already have committees like SBA that can advocate for issues like this, I believe that by having a caucus focused entirely on this issue, we'll be able to be extremely successful, and it'll also allow us to think long-term. This caucus can engage all student government agents and ensure that the task force is not forgotten. Most importantly, this caucus will hold the administration accountable. Together, we have the power to make a meaningful difference and pave the way towards a more sustainable future. Thank you for your time, and I yield to question.
right. Also, let's try to limit the phone noise. That was like the third time this meeting. Yeah. We are now in line for questioning. Are there any questions? Richmond? Go ahead.
May I retain?
No.
Okay. So the environment goes with infrastructure. So like, do you have a focus with this like caucus? Like, do you want to touch on like the disparities within like the infrastructure, like the sustainability of the infrastructure? Like, how far are we going into infrastructure?
Well, I love everything you just said, and I think that it should go for that. I just kind of left it more towards environmental stuff because that was the only resolution that I wrote. But I think that that would like go very well in the caucus, and I also think that the caucus should decide that too. So if the body right now wants to decide to include something about that, by all means, please do. I'm very, very open to that.
Samila?
In regards to, I'm kind of just wanted to circle back to the sustainability coordinator from exec and this. I feel like the roles are kind of doubled. So I wish that I would have seen maybe it being sponsored by them. So do you know if there's any way that you could get into communication with them, maybe talking to somebody else, or maybe even talking to the president since he's normally in the office, if you just like waltz in, just to kind of get Coordinator Burge's opinion on this. And maybe she has a lot more ideas that she can implement within this resolution to kind of give it more volume.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a great idea. I'll send an email out to President Greenaway tomorrow, and I'll ask that we can get a dialogue set up. I'll also send an email out to her to invite her to our meeting that we're supposed to have tomorrow. Still haven't received an RSVP on that, so I'll do my best to get in contact with her because I do think that what she has to offer will be very valuable for this. And yeah.
D-Leg?
What are some specific initiatives or kind of just expectations you would have for the caucus that isn't necessarily already practiced by the UCF Arboretum? Because some of your whereas clauses are kind of like already in the mission statement of the UCF Arboretum. So I'm kind of just curious, how would you pivot the student advocacy portion of it?
Right. So this caucus is going to be able to represent not just the UCF Arboretum, but also all student government agents. Like I mentioned before, I want to have seats for all environmental RSOs on campus to come to this caucus and also speak to us. I think what the UCF Arboretum is doing is fantastic, and we should be promoting those initiatives. But if there isn't a dialogue being occurring between the Arboretum and student government, we're not going to be able to work together and make the most actionable plan out of their initiatives. So yeah, that answered the question.
Samila?
Do you personally believe that there's a vast difference between the sustainability fair that the sustainability coordinator puts on that has the RSOs and other individuals come out and kind of go through PowerPoints and have that dialogue? Do you think that's vastly different from what you're trying to accomplish?
May I direct a question to Samila?
You may.
Is this sustainability fair? Is it only like one time during the year, or does it occur like every month, or do you know anything about that?
I believe it's every month, or like it's happened.
That's Green Assembly.
Oh yeah, the Green Assembly. But it happens like what, every month or like something like that? Every 2 weeks, I think, maybe. Yeah, on Mondays.
Well, I definitely think that the Green Assembly and the Sustainability Fairs, they should be promoted through this caucus. I do think that it changes. I think that having a sustainability caucus and having the events are two different things, because this, of course, both provide a dialogue to talk in between, but this will ensure that any initiatives that they have are being presented through student government, and that way that we can organize it.
Are there any other questions? I'm pretty sure time has elapsed by now. Temple?
Seeing no further hands, move to debate.
There's been a motion moved to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now there. Temple?
Yeah. So as I do understand some of the concerns, especially with the overlap with the sustainability coordinator. However, I do support the creation of this ad hoc caucus because I do see this not so much as a body that can like just make events as caucuses typically tend to do, but they can do more than that. I'm going to dip a little bit into my own experience as GAP chair, of course, because I had to do that at least once every meeting. But I can definitely see this ad hoc caucus for sustainability, not so much as an event planner, but more so as a research clearinghouse for these initiatives, such as policies and initiatives that promote sustainability. That right there alone, it gives this ad hoc caucus a lot of leeway in terms of how it approaches different entities and how it approaches strategies in order to achieve its goals. And I see, yes, I know GAP is supposed to be the general clearinghouse of legislative research and policy analysis and whatnot in the Senate, but the GAP committee in and of itself can only do so much when you have 14 student body senators, each coming from different colleges and with different backgrounds. Here, though, it is a truly dedicated, specialized body that can utilize their particular knowledge bases to this particular goal. They can research these things much more effectively because of that expanded knowledge base. They can talk with individuals within these areas more fluently and much better than, say, the normal senator in SBA. No offense, SBA, by no means. And they're also able to better comment on these sorts of policies and these sorts of reforms and sorts of initiatives as well. They can definitely host events with the sustainability coordinator. The sustainability coordinator can absolutely work with, or even be a part, or even lead this working group. I'm going to call it now, not because to separate the distinction that we have with the caucus, but a working group dedicated to being something of a policy, research, and advocacy clearinghouse is a major step in the right direction for what the Senate can really do. And that is something that I see down the road as well with other issues-based working groups. So I am in full support of this ad hoc caucus, which honestly I would consider this to be a working group, as not so much as an ad hoc caucus because of, again, that distinction, but just taking from experience, there's a lot of potential that can be done here well beyond just events. And if we think of it like that, we don't necessarily have to keep treading on the feet of the sustainability coordinator, which I'm sure is going to hurt.
Hamid, Yamachili, then hers.
Methinks this eats anyway. So I know there's the concern of like, well, why isn't this just an SBA thing? But also I'll bring in Chair Temple's point. We only have like maximum like 14 or 15 people. And then let's say like, maybe like one or two want to work on this through SBA that only limits it to senators. Let's say like, well, what if a justice wants to work on this? They can't through SBA. What if someone in exec wants to work on this? That's not the sustainability coordinator. They can't. Making it an ad hoc caucus allows for everyone in student government to be able to help their environment. The earth is for everyone. And I believe that we should be working for a better tomorrow. And I believe that helping the environment, advocating for it when it can't, because there is no mouth on the earth, is what we should be doing as students who care about our future of not just us, but also like, I don't know, like 100 years from now. But like, I am in full support of this caucus, and I believe that they will do a lot of great things. And I urge you all to vote in favor.
Yamachili.
So I know we have a lot of organizations on our campus. We have the Arboretum, we have the Sustainability Coordinator. All of those organizations, along with the many environmental RSOs we have, do great things. It would be even better to have student government have a dedicated group that is committed towards environmentalism and sustainability. That would be, it wouldn't be redundant. It would be synergetic. And I think that would be a good thing. I remember 2 years ago when former Senator Costas and some other senators worked on an initiative to promote recycling at off-campus housing complexes. That initiative was ultimately successful, but they had to meet together. They had to meet on an ad hoc basis at the student government office's main table. And the group shortly disbanded after the resolution was passed, even though work continued on talking with administrators on how to go about implementing such a thing. So I believe having this organization that has student government backing would be a great way to have senators working on one of the most important issues of our lifetime. As Chair Temple said, GAP cannot do everything, and it needs assistance. And I've heard the argument that most of our caucuses are identity based. In fact, all of them are. While that is true, I think we have the capacity to do better and to innovate. This precedent is already there with the Senate Green Caucus in the Senate of the University of Florida Student Government, where they have a nonpartisan body committed to harnessing the collective energy of SG agents to transform it into good green policy. And I think we can have the same here, which is why I'm enthusiastically in favor of this caucus, and I encourage you all to vote in favor of this bill.
Is there a motion for extension of 2 minutes? I'll take one more, and I'm going to go with Richmond.
Whoa. Okay. Can I retain? May I retain?
You may.
Okay. So I think this is great. I think it's important that we plan for a better tomorrow. That be through planning for infrastructure, as infrastructure, like, is what
Don't break. Continue.
Is what encompasses like everything. Like, you see a problem, you see a solution. It's all because of the infrastructure. And like, I took a class last semester like about the environmental management of planning, and like it was like I didn't really care about the earth like that, but now like me and the earth are like this. Like, so I really think you should pass and then move to vote.
So, anyways, are you gonna do the motion to vote?
Just did.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I got lost. Okay. There's been a motion to vote on Resolution 5531. You started off strong. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now there. With a vote count of 24-0-2, congratulations, Resolution 5531 passes on second reading. All I'm gonna say is y'all are very much transforming student government. That's what I'll say. Proclamations, we only have 5. Proclamation 5517, proclamation recognizing, bless you, March 22nd of 2024 as Emancipation Day of Puerto Rico, introduced by Chair DeCara. Chair DeCara, you have 5 minutes when you're ready.
It's just a celebration of when Puerto Rico celebrated the day that their National Assembly abolished slavery in the country, even when it was still a Spanish colony. It's just something that Puerto Ricans do celebrate on the island, and I feel that it's just something that we should recognize. It's, it's something small, but it's still recognizing a group of individuals, also a large community here in Central Florida. I yield the rest of my time to questioning.
We're now in line for questioning. Are there any questions? Hamid?
Is there any event that's going along with this proclamation?
Because it is spring break, no.
Any other questions? If not, I'll take a motion. Hurst.
Move to debate.
There's been a motion to move to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we are now in debate. Blanco.
I was gonna retain, but I think
You may. There's no other hands.
I may. Okay.
Oh, sorry. Would you like to keep your hand up? Okay. You may not.
Well, I'll just keep it short and simple. This is, again, we're just like spreading awareness of a culture of people. So of course I'm for this.
All right. Lopez.
May I retain?
You may.
As a Boricua myself, this is super important and special to me. It's important to recognize our community in all ways that we can. Motion to vote.
There's been a motion to vote on Proclamation 5517. Are there any objections? Seeing none, you may vote. How's your day? So am I.
It's 11:15.
I have an assignment.
I already did it.
We're voting on Proclamation 5517 when you're ready, Brody. It's okay. I'm tired and hungry, y'all. I'm hungry. Huh? Bro, I turned it in late and he still gave me 100. So I'm just
Guys, does
gonna-
anyone want to get St. Patrick's Day Krispy Kreme?
Oh.
Does anyone want to get St. Patrick's
I
Day
love how we
Krispy
just
Kreme?
railed off lately. Well, we're not really. We're just waiting for voting. Okay, great. It's okay. With a vote count 24 to 0 to 1, Proclamation 55 is at 17, passes on second reading. Proclamation 55-19, proclamation recognizing March 29th of 2024 as Vietnam Veterans Day, introduced by Chair DeCara. Chair DeCara, you have 5 minutes when you're ready.
I know this is a little niche because like Vietnam Veterans Day, but I will mention that like before, UCF was forming, before it came UCF, we had a lot of students who were drafted, and then thus when they were coming back and it was still UCF at the time, like the first few classes of UCF were probably Vietnam veterans. It's kind of like a way of, remembering them, the ones that were, trying to adjust coming back to society after, being in a war zone for almost, that was like a 20-year war, started the 50s and 70s. For my history majors, please correct me. But if you don't know, we actually have like a veterans memorial. It's where the flagpole is. It's all the different wars, and there is a Vietnam what's the word? Plaque for them. So this is just another way of recognizing them. Additionally, we could also have non-traditional students who are coming back to school, and they're still could be veterans. So yeah, you're the response on the questioning.
We're now in line for questioning. Are there any questions? Samilo?
Move to debate.
There's been a motion to move to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. Temple.
Right. So I actually have a little bit of history with the Vietnam War, and I'm not going to go into a full-blown history lecture. I know it's 11:15. I don't have the energy in me either. But short end of it is my grandfather served in Vietnam, and although he's passed, I never really got to know much about his experiences in Nam. But all I know for a fact is that it made him the way he was, and I loved him for it. So it's awesome to see something like this be presented, and that this war, however controversial it is presented as a way to remind us all that there are consequences, and are a lot of them with these sorts of conflicts, and it has to be taught and it has to be learned. And those experiences by those servicemen and women who in Vietnam cannot be discredited, despite the fact the war ended up the way it was. So I really appreciate this personally, Chair DeCara. I really do appreciate seeing this, and I really appreciate the hard work and input that you have in here. I will very much encourage you all to not only just read through this and vote in support of it, but also read into the Vietnam War as a whole. It is a fascinating, if also incredibly gruesome war, and it'll make you for the better.
Hurst?
May I retain?
You may.
I can't do better than that because I'm not going to try. Thumbs up emoji. Good idea. Thank you. Move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote on Proclamation 55-19. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we are now there. With a vote count 27 to 0 to 1, the proclamation passes on second reading. Now on to Proclamation 55-24, celebrating March 25th to April 28th as APIA Heritage Month, introduced by Chair Patel. Chair Patel, you have 5 minutes when you're ready.
So this recognizes and celebrates March 25th through April 28th as APAM. Nationally, it's usually celebrated in May, but there's no classes at UCF during May, so there'll be no students on campus. Additionally, the last week of April is finals week, so that's why the last week of March is included in the date range to make up for that. And I've spoken with APAC, and they're also recognizing APAM on these dates as well. And we're already planning events for April, as I mentioned in my announcements.
Do you yield? Okay. We are now in line for questioning. Temple?
Move to debate.
There's been a motion moved to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we are now in debate. Temple and then Samilo.
I'll keep this brief. Asians rock.
Samilo?
Slay. Move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote on Proclamation 5524. Are there any objections? Seeing none, you may vote. With a vote count of 27-0-1, the proclamation passes on second reading. Proclamation recognizing March 25th of 2024 as Medal of Honor Day. Well, I think APIA Heritage Month should get a little clap, you know. Yeah, for sure. Now moving on to Proclamation 5525, proclamation recognizing March 25th of 2024 as Medal of Honor Day. Chair DeCarey, you have 5 minutes when you're ready.
Yeah, this is just something that came from the director of the Military and Veteran Success Center. Basically, all the ones I've submitted as proclamations came as recommendations from the director. It's just a niche area of different groups of students on our campus. You know, I can't pull the data of how many Medal of Honor students we have on campus, but it's definitely something that we should honor as also past students. This is not just like in the present time, but also in the past. When we recognize this day, we recognize the different UCF students who have served, you know, received the Medal of Honor. So yeah, this is just another way of recognizing that day, the Medal of Honor Day, to, you know, pay respects to them. I yield the rest of my time to questioning.
All right, we're now in line for questioning. Samilo?
In regards to the third whereas clause, I know that it's supposed to have like the double, oh my God, what is it called?
Semicolon?
Colons, yeah. But would you be opposed to maybe putting some words right there? Because I don't like how it looks.
Where is that? The third?
So it says that because, like, yeah, basically what Brody just added is like that. When I write my proclamations, I like when it's repeating, when it's like the Medal of Honor, that I don't repeat it. So what I'll do is the Medal of Honor, and then I'll put a semicolon and like have like the finishing sentences after that. But yeah, Brody kind of changed it. Who did that? Sorry, it's just Brody's thing. Trainer.
All right, is there a motion?
Trainer. Sorry, Brody's name like appeared right next to it. My bad.
Is there a motion to see? What? Oh, we're still questioning. My bad. Thank you. Hurst.
Move to debate.
There's been a motion moved to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now there. Is there a motion to see Aiden Trainer's amendment as a block? All right. Is there a motion for 1 minute speeches, 1 minute questioning, 1 minute debate? All right, Aiden, you have a minute.
Thank you. Yeah, just making it more clear. We added the semicolon in SBA. So I think that by adding this, it helps us understand like why that's there. I yield the question.
We're now in line for questioning. Are there any questions? Samilo?
Move to debate.
There's been a motion moved to debate. Are there any objections? Is that an objection? Do you withdraw? She has a question.
Okay.
What's your question?
Okay, this is really stupid. Why are there two semicolons again?
So there's a colon and then there's a semicolon. The colon is to indicate that the next whereas clauses are part of a list. The semicolon ends that, just like it ends all whereas clauses.
Okay, I think it's because it's the line. I couldn't tell the difference. I'm sorry.
It's all good.
Temple?
Move to debate.
There's been a motion moved to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. Samilo?
May I retain?
You may.
Yeah, thanks for fixing it. I just didn't like how it looked. It was kind of uggy, but chewy, I should say. Oh, do you guys remember that word? Anyways, I'm off topic. Move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote on Vice Chair Trainer's amendments on the proclamation. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we are now there. With a vote count 20-0-1, the amendment passes. We are still in debate on the proclamation. Hurst.
May I retain?
You may.
Yay. Move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote on Proclamation 5525. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now there. With a vote count of 26-0 the proclamation passes on second reading. Proclamation 5527, proclamation recognizing the College of Sciences for class inclusive badges, introduced by ELA Richmond. ELA Richmond, you have 5 minutes when you're ready.
Thank you. So we had our D meeting, I want to say like 2 Fridays ago, maybe 1, no, 2. And there we learned that they're implementing this new thing known as inclusive badges for the classes that you'll see when you sign up for a class now on MyUCF. If they meet, I think 14 out of the 17 prongs. And they wanted us to really spread the word. And I thought writing a proclamation would really spread the word, I guess, recognizing what they're doing. And MSC sponsored it. So shout out MSC. Yield the rest of my time.
We're now in line for questioning. Samilo?
Move to debate.
There's been a motion to move to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. Hurst?
May I retain?
You may.
In the meeting, this was told to all of us that were there. This is awesome. It's not going to implement, I believe, until the fall of this year, if I'm correct, Laurel. Yeah, cool. No, I'm just thumb up. Yeah. So this is going to be great. I think this is going to be awesome for students. And move to vote.
All right. There's been a motion to vote on Proclamation 5527. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we are now there. With a vote count of 26-0, congratulations, the proclamation passes on second reading. We are now done with legislation. All right, Senate Forum, Hurst.
Hi, I'm not taking too much time because I know we want to get out of here and go home and sleep or whatever you guys do at 12 in the midnight. Not everyone sleeps. I know that, Temple. So I want to make a point that we just passed 2 proclamations for ad hoc caucuses. We now have 9 caucuses, either standing or ad hoc. We only have about 100 members of student government if we have every position filled. I am a little concerned if we keep adding ad hoc caucuses that we're going to not have enough members. We're going to have issues with keeping people on caucuses or actually having enough attendance for it to really do anything. Just to keep in mind for later sessions down the road, we may want to look at seeing if we can maybe not continue creating more ad hoc caucuses. They all have a great purpose, and I appreciate what they're doing. I just worry that we're going to run out of people. So that's what I'm concerned about.
Anyone else? Norman Chili?
I just wanted to say that I appreciate everyone in this room for keeping debate civil and respectful today. We had some heated and spirited debates, and we have not had those in a while. It was refreshing to see, and just really happy that everybody was respectful. So that's it. Thank you.
Richmond?
Just wanted to remind you, April 9th, 2 p.m. infrastructure, charge on chamber. I will be annoying y'all the rest of the time.
Hamid?
I don't know if y'all see, but SBA gets remanded so many things. And I need y'all to pray for us because, like, I'm like going through my Joker arc, looking at all these things, trying to figure out where they all fit in our, like, 1 hour time slot, along with the Eternal Nights proclamation. So, like, y'all, please, so like pray for me over spring break of trying to figure this out. Pray for the committee. Y'all fill out that emergency meeting thing. Laurel, why'd you do so many? But I love you. But yeah, pray for us.
Anyone else? Seeing none, silent deliberations, none. Advisors report, Brody.
All right. Hey, everybody. Really quickly, if you want to see more of the voting data and or you want some EC merch, talk to Grace on your way out. She asked me to put that in here. Spring break. Enjoy your break. Please make it a real break. Take a break from school. Take a break from student government, all those things. Breaks are designed so that you don't burn out. So please make it a real break. If you're in a paid position, submit your timesheet tonight. Don't forget to do that. Yeah, that's it for me. Let's do some senator shout outs. I'm going to ask that you write them in yourself because as you'll notice, I don't have a team here tonight. So I'm just going to call on you and then you can write it in after that. Yeah.
Sierra for being awake for all of this and keeping her sanity, because it's not easy through
you.
how many bills we just saw? 26, I think we just
Thank
saw
you.
in a row. Temple for having a great back and forth of who's going to actually make motions tonight. It's fantastic. Kylie, I love having debate with you on anything. I love you. Everybody for doing the best job ever tonight, because we all had so much work to get done tonight and we got through it. So I appreciate that.
Before 12 a.m. too.
Before 12 a.m. because we can all get home, and I have an hour drive. So I appreciate you guys letting me go home before midnight.
All right. Yeah.
Yeah, so I wanted to shout out to Speaker. Thank you so much. I know that you dragged out and you were tired.
Thank you.
In addition, I also wanted to shout out Senator Trainer. I think that we passed some awesome legislation. So, and of course, CCIE.
All right, Ethan.
So, as always, Gap, just goes. Shout out to Senator Pallera for also the other Senator Pallera. Basically, we had the Pallera squared back. Let's go. Of course, shout out to the 2 Irish folk here. Happy St. Patrick's Day. I know, sorry, that came out very wrong. I'm very lucid and very tired. Shout out to Hearst for continuing this little bout that we've been going on about for the past year or so. And shout out to the speaker for absolutely putting up with the 2 of us while being right in front of you.
I know, it's so tempting. Like, I'm like, no.
Bold of you to assume there's only 2 people with Irish backgrounds in the room, but all right, you know.
The 2 that we know, the 2 that I know. I'm sorry, I don't want to assume.
But here you are assuming. All right, Vihan. Vihan. All right. Yeah, Jason.
Shout out to Vice Chair Vasquez. She keeps getting us free money. I appreciate that. Like 200, I think it's like exactly $250 in $90 from, and then $100 from Publix, all for free, just because she yapped away. So like, I don't know. Shout out to her. Shout out to SBA. I love you guys. I don't say it enough, but I really appreciate my committee. Also because you have to deal with seeing, I don't know how many like bills next time, but good luck.
All right, Laura.
Shout out Jason for putting up with me. Shout out Sierra, I guess. She's okay.
You know you love me.
Yeah, she's okay. Shout out Allison. She's the best. Shout out Andrea. Oh, shout out Jonathan Pallera. I saw him today and I forgot, like, he's a cool guy. Shout out. Okay. Oh, shout out my mom. Her high school mascot was a senator, and she's a broken leg. So shout out mom.
All right, Danny.
Shout out Senator Lopez because she had her internal bill on the floor tonight, but she didn't get to talk about it because DeCara picked them all up. But so I want her to get her moment. So shout out Lopez.
All right. Yeah, Vihan.
So firstly, shout out to Vice Chair Trainer for doing an awesome job at LJR and for introducing great bills to advance environmentalism and sustainability on our campus. It's cool stuff. It's new stuff, and we love to see it. Also, shout out to Vice Chair Hearst for, let's just say, going through a lot of troubles in drafting a lot of pieces of legislation, but those legislation is quite good, and we saw it in LJR today, and she's doing a lot of hard work to improve statutes. Shout out to Supervisor Myers for doing such a great job managing the elections. I know that Election Commission had a very busy time in the past few weeks. I also thank her for giving us her advice when it came to many pieces of legislation, often on Title VI, whether it was myself, Vice Chair Hearst, Chair DeCara, or anybody else who worked on these pieces of legislation. I wanted to also thank the members of the LJR committee for doing an awesome job today. We had a meeting that was an hour and a half, which is relatively long for LJR, but we got a lot done. Members of LJR asked great questions. We discussed amendments. We ensured that the legislation that was going onto the Senate floor was as good as it could be. So I appreciate every member of the committee. I wanted to thank Speaker Holmes for her excellent leadership of our Senate, and ILA Pullman for being a great resource to the SGLCers in introducing their pieces of legislation. And also wanted to say that when it came to all the bills we had today on the Senate floor, that we had very spirited discussions about. ILA Pullman absolutely killed it. She cooked, and very much appreciate her for that. So thank you.
All right, Jason.
I almost forgot Senator-elect Alcuda for eating it up with her bill. Give her a round of applause. For those of you who don't know, she's currently fasting for Ramadan. Girl has not eaten at all. She's drank water. I tried to get her to eat a fig bar, but she kept refusing. So please go home and eat and actually break fast for real.
Ethan?
I completely blanked on this one. How typical of me. Shout out to Gus and Akila for both surviving the MCAT over the past week or so. And of course, double shout out to Akila for being in Italy right now. Lucky. Ow!
Sierra.
I just want to shout out Senate for standing their ground. Honestly, it's something that, needs to be done. And I appreciate every single one of you. And again, just echoing Vihan's statement of just keeping the discussion very respectful. Honestly, I just think you all respect each other highly and you see each other as, equals. And I really appreciate that. So keep up the good work and continue to bring these values beyond this chamber, because I know a lot of you guys will not be returning, but you'll be moving on to greater things. So that's it.
All right, Gabby.
Okay, first, shout out to all the senators that got reelected and the newly elected senators. And then shout out Vice Chair Vasquez. She's literally been putting so much work into coordinating and planning her event, from reaching out to RSOs and reserving space and getting all this money for students on top of prioritizing school and studying for her exams. She inspires me every day, and I am so proud of her. And then shout out ILA Pullman. I think she did a great job sharing insight into the conversations that she had with leadership and just being really knowledgeable and responding to everyone's questions, and then respecting all the differences in opinion. She gave really great insights, and I really appreciate her. And then shout out everyone here for all your hard work throughout session. Please stay safe and enjoy your spring break. Take care of yourselves. Prioritize your mental health and self-care, and take a break from Senate. Thank you.
All right. Yeah.
Shout out to Amanda Lazo. Sorry, I'll get to you first. Hold on. And then DeCara and why do you look at me like that? Don't do that. And Blanco. Let's just say during the recess, your girl was hangry, and I started looking up every little way to find a Cuban, because girl wants a Cuban right now, like the sandwich. I was just confused. Just to clarify, because I got some looks. But I read the room. Next is Amanda Hurst. Just wanted to say I love you too, because you said I love you, so I'm gonna hit you back. And then the last one is going to be for Senator Rose, Mr. Sammy Whammy over there. Shout out to you, because we're in an email thread, and let's just say somebody got a 2, not me for the first time, not me, but somebody else. And yeah, we handled it very well. That's it.
All right. Aiden?
I'm just gonna say that me and Adam won our, so highly contested race. CCI is still on lockdown. We got it. We carrying it over. Still gonna be a powerhouse, just the two of us. But just got to remind you about CCIE.
All right. Yeah.
We saw Vice Chair Carringle's absence request in Senate today. I think he's off at a military march at an Air Force base in Tampa. I thought that is really cool, and I just wanted to shout him out and thank him for serving our country.
Whoa. biggest fan, and I'm eating it up every time. Like, oh my God.
All right, Ethan.
Also, shout out to ELA Richmond for letting me borrow her hat and let me say top of the evening.
All right. Any other senator shout outs? Yep. Ariel?
I want to shout out you all for lasting this long. We haven't had a long night like this in a while. So shout out to y'all. Give yourself a pat on the back. I wasn't asking. Give yourself a pat on the back.
Dang.
All right, Laurel.
Sorry. Shout out Corelli. I saw him the other day, so shout him out.
All right, I feel like the bar for getting a shout out has now devolved to existing on campus. So, unless there are any others. All right, I have two things that I forgot really quickly. One, for those returning senators, I'm going to send out some information about it soon, but the orientation retreat is going to be the 5th and 6th, planned for most of the day. It is a Friday, Saturday, so plan for that. Also, along with that, if you are a returning senator and have some feedback on last year's or things you think you should be included or would be beneficial or helpful, feel free to come give me that input. Yeah. And then, I had something else, but it's gone now. That's fine. Yes. Which is in the evening. Yes.
Yeah,
Okay.
orientation's in the morning.
I'm not having retreat, at 8 p.m.
Oh gosh. All right.
will have time to
Are
go
there
home
any
and change.
questions for Brody? Seeing none. Miscellaneous business. CRC Couture. I'm going to do this quick. I'm going to do Senator Polera for number 1. Gabby. The outfit's cute. It's cute. And the jewelry too. Senator Acosta, I just like the shirt. Like, I don't know. It's different. It's different. It's really giving spring is coming. And then ELA Richmond, strictly for the leprechaun fit. I thought it was a little unhinged, but I enjoyed it. So yeah. Who did I do last time? Okay, I'm gonna do D-Leg, yeah.
Motion to adjourn pending final roll call.
There's been a motion to adjourn pending final roll call. Are there any objections? Seeing none. Cherry almond chili. Do you have something to say too?
Can I make a statement?
Yes, you may.
Okay, so it is currently 11:40. In 21 minutes, it will be the 15th of March. So I just wanted to tell you guys, beware the Ides of March.
Okay. Continue.
That's just a historical joke, that's all. Can I take attendance?
You may.
Okay, cool. Lazo?
Present.
Trainer?
Present.
Corelli? Present. Morset?
President.
Temple?
Boom.
Blanco? Present. Polera?
Present.
Caringle is excused. Datlas?
Present.
DeCara?
Present.
Butler?
Present.
Shannon?
Present.
Lazier? Absent. Fintel?
Present.
Hamid?
Present.
Rose?
Present.
Whitson?
Here.
Brown? Absent. Similo?
Present.
Humayun? Absent. Patel? I'm here. Luthra?
Present.
Acosta?
Present.
Lopez?
Present.
Hashimi? Absent. Duke? Absent. Torres? Absent. Holmes?
Present.
Hurst?
Present.
Fuchs?
Present.
Musemeyer? Absent. Gabriela Polera?
Present.
Pullman?
Present.
Richmond?
Present.
Vasquez?
Present.
DeMarla? Absent. Mittal?
Present.
31 out of 41. Quorum is verified.
I hereby adjourn this meeting at 11:42 p.m.